quorum, so we'll make a start. And welcome to the, as it says here, 147th committee meeting.
Thank you very much.
Could those members and those in the public gallery switch off mobile phones? They may interfere with the sound recording system, and this meeting will be on camera. I could also remind members of their obligation to declare any relevant financial or other interests in relation to today's business, and remind members to ensure that the volume on all tablet devices is off, and the quickest way to do this is to press function and F8. Are there any apologies?
Chair, not that we're aware of.
Okay.
The other bit, later on,
You're
just a
good.
bit later, but
Okay.
Which way at the top here?
We have the draft minutes of the meeting on the 23rd of April. They're at page 5 in your pack, and our members are agreeable that this is an accurate record of the meeting.
agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First item then, a substantial item, is the briefing from Sport NI regarding their savings delivery plan. Now, if you go to page 10 in your pack there, you have the briefing paper for the clerk's memo, then the briefing paper at page 13, and if you go on then to page 62, there's a copy of Sport NI's saving measures. Remember, this is part of a series of briefings from all of the department's arm's length bodies regarding their savings delivery plans. So, could I welcome again this morning Andrew Sloan, who's the Director of Sports Management Services, Sean Ogle, the Director of Performance, and Nick Harkness, Director of Participation. And invite you gentlemen to make your opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to brief you on the work and interventions that Sport Northern Ireland will be engaging in over the next 5 years in the context of reduction in public investment in sports development. As a leading public body for the development of sport in Northern Ireland, we will continue to deliver value-adding services such as planned, coordinated and targeted programmes of outreach and support in communities throughout Northern Ireland, support to athletes, coaches and governing bodies to deliver improved high-performance sport outcomes, technical and management sports facility advice to the sports sector in order to improve the design and management of their facilities, oversee the implementation of the Safety at Sports Grounds Order 2006, which involves the inspection of designated venues and active membership of the Safety Advisory Group, which provides advice to district councils on the implementation of the safety certification process. Through this briefing, we hope to provide assurance to members by giving you an overview of the following areas: our new draft corporate plan 2015 to 2020, which is called Growing and Sustaining World-Class Sport, our draft business plan for the current year, and our savings delivery plan also for the current year. I'm joined by my two colleagues, Nick Harkness, Director of Participation and Facilities, and Dr. Sean Ogle, Director of Performance. As highlighted in the briefing paper provided to members in advance of today's meeting, Sport Northern Ireland has a new vision, which is Northern Ireland renowned as a place where people enjoy, engage and excel in sport. This reflects the aspirations of individuals, groups and organisations that we have consulted with over the past 12 months in the development of the new corporate plan. Sport Northern Ireland is an organisation characterised by energy, clear aspirations and integrated methods of service delivery across our functions. Our new corporate plan displays a clear intent to use our expertise and investment in order to create an effective sports development system in Northern Ireland, providing exceptional sporting experiences from grassroots to the podium, and to deliver tangible sporting outcomes and social benefits for those sectors of society suffering socio-economic inequalities and disadvantage. The plan has been produced based on projections that we have a resource of circa £100 million over the next 5 years. Our services will focus on creating conditions across Northern Ireland, enabling people and athletes to enjoy, engage and excel in sport. And we will continue to work with and through our partners to develop sporting communities, sporting clubs and sporting winners. Our new business plan 2015-16 is the first annual plan in the corporate plan cycle and describes Sport Northern Ireland's key activities, interventions and budgets for the coming year. The plan is based on a total investment of 21.3 million, 10.1 million from Exchequer and 11.2 million from the National Lottery. Investments will be directly aligned to our strategic objectives, priorities for action and the following policy drivers: growing and sustaining a world-class sporting system at all levels, promoting equality and good relations, tackling poverty and social exclusion, and contributing to the achievement of high-level targets identified within Sport Matters. For the purpose of today's briefing, we would like to bring some of this work to life so that members can get a true sense of the nature and impact of a number of the current and planned interventions in the coming year. As outlined in the briefing paper, many of our planned interventions and investments have been designed to deliver tangible sporting outcomes as well as meaningful social outcomes, and for those sectors of society suffering socio-economic inequalities and suffering greatest need and deprivation. Sport Northern Ireland's intervention and services are designed for different impacts in line with the policy drivers referred to earlier. For example, the 13 million lottery investment in the Active Communities programme, which is a 4-year programme, has contributed to tackling poverty and social exclusion in many communities across Northern Ireland. Table 2 within the briefing pack has been included to provide members with details of key activities that will support the achievement of our strategic objectives. Some examples of these key activities include Key Activity 2, to influence and support the development of 11 District Council community plans. Key Activity 3, to promote and support the delivery of Northern Ireland's Outdoor Recreation Action Plan. Key Activity 4, to develop and launch a new community participation initiative to increase quality opportunities for targeted groups. Key Activity 7, to work with governing bodies to increase their ability to develop and improve quality in sports clubs. Key Activity 8, to develop Sport Northern Ireland's expertise to identify and nurture talent. Key Activity 9, to identify and prioritise sport facility requirements within Northern Ireland. Key Activity 13, to improve the quality of community club facilities. And Key Activity 14, to invest expertise to deliver improved high-performance sports outcomes. As regards our savings delivery plan for 2015-16, it is important to note at this stage that in the context of developing our new corporate and business plan, we have taken a number of steps to minimise the impact of the 11.2% cut, which equates to £1,037,000 on the sports sector, as far as possible, and will continue to work closely with our partners and others to identify and address existing needs in the provision of sport under the auspices of Sport Matters. Table 4 within the briefing paper has been included to provide members with details of all the key areas impacted by the budget reductions as we pursue our new vision and strategic objectives. For example, Sport Northern Ireland's staffing levels will reduce. Budget cuts in this area will result in a number of job losses during the year, as well as the type and range of services support offered to the sports sector. Coach development support services. Budget cuts in this area will result in the complete cessation of the Coaching Legacy and Practitioner Development Programme and a reduction in the level of delivery of 2 key events aimed at developing, supporting and recognising sports coaches. Participation initiatives. Budget cuts in this area will result in a reduction in the level of support offered to disability sport, outdoor recreation, women and girls in sport and school sports. Sports Institute sports services. Budget cuts in this area will result in a reduction in the service capability and capacity to high performance sport. And performance sport support services. Budget cuts in this area will result in reductions in the level of support offered to delivering Northern Ireland Commonwealth Youth Games and the cessation of the transition funding for posts within governing bodies that have a remit for participation. Finally, I would like to thank you for inviting us here today and to update members on our plans and priorities for the development of sport over the next 5 years and the details relating to the savings delivery plan. We're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. First question, William Humphrey.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you very much for the presentation, Andrew. It's sad to hear that there will be cuts, but I suppose that's a reality of the economic situation in which the nation finds itself. Can I ask you, in terms of the 5-year plan, austerity presents everyone with challenges and threats, but it also provides opportunities in terms of I think in terms of looking at a more joined up collaborative coordinated approach. Can you expand on the coordinated approach you talked about, Andrew, in terms of working with councils, the education authorities, universities, private clubs, to try and ensure that the maximum amount of investment goes into sport across Northern Ireland, across the estate that is Northern Ireland PLC, rather than that's owned by government?
Maybe just on the facilities terms, we were very glad to welcome your chairman to a workshop we had just about a week ago. One of the things we're doing is a Northern Ireland-wide facility strategy, and we're working with district councils. It's a piece of work that's being funded 50% by Sport Northern Ireland and 50% by the district councils. They're working at the sort of the high level at the minute, which is Northern Ireland-wide facilities, but the second part of that will be 11 district council reports. And some of the emerging work that's coming out of that at the minute is about potential, for example, in the school estate, and for the school estate and the community sports estate. I suppose not only the sports estate, although that's the subject of this, that other bits of the school estate could be opened up for better community use. That was actually one of 2 or 3 of the action points within the Bean report some years ago into the school estate. Also recommended that. So I think we'll be working to, along with schools, further and higher education over the coming future. We've just about to announce a £17.5 million lottery facility pot, and we would hope that would be done in partnership with that type of facility. So it's about district councils, sport NI, education working more closely together. It's one estate, and no longer, I think, can we afford to have part of an estate closed up during the day and open at night, and the other one open during the day and closed at night. And I think there are opportunities there.
I very much welcome that approach. In terms, can I just there's a question that's coming up in terms of your response, Nick. The £17 million pot that you have that's coming from lottery, will that be for sporting clubs? Right from grassroots up, okay, or is this for a sort of elite type?
Our board met again on the 21st of April there and had an opportunity to rethink its strategy with that, and has come up with a 3-strand approach. The 3-strand approach will see certainly around 8.75 million, around, because projects aren't fully costed until they're identified, and that would be available for facilities that have the capacity to support high-level training, but also be available for community use, likely multi-sport hubs. A small number of high-quality facilities, but they could only be sustainable if there was community use in there as well. Absolutely. At a step down from that, we're looking at multi-sport facilities. The awards likely to be offered would be in the range of 100,000 to £1 million, and those would be available for clubs, community organisations that have multi-sport facilities. And below that, then there would be the lowest level. There would be a £2 million pot available for. It would start at the lowest level. We have a small grants programme that finishes at 10,000, and this would be between 10,000 and 100,000, but that would be for single sport clubs. And so single sport clubs could only apply for the smaller amount.
Okay. I'm also pleased to hear, Andrew, in your presentation that the work continues in terms of the Commonwealth Youth Games in 2021 is the, I think, when we hope to host that. But in terms of the next 5 year, in terms of your plan, have you been having discussions with councils and other government bodies, the department, and so on, in relation to Northern Ireland actually making a bid, establishing where we're short in terms of facilities for the Commonwealth Games themselves, for example, and where we're short, and if we can edge closer toward putting the facilities that would enable us to put in a bid that would be competitive, and perhaps a bid that might just be positive and see the games.
Is your question there about the youth games or the Commonwealth Games? Northern Ireland will be hugely short of facilities for Commonwealth Games.
But my point is, are you aware of how short we are?
There hasn't been an official study done, but for example, I visited the games in Manchester just before they took place. I saw the pool being built there. Upstairs is the competitive pool and the diving pool. Downstairs in that pool is the warm-up 50-metre pool that has to be in place. Right beside the athletics track, there needs to be a warm-up athletics track. So the scale of the spectator facilities required, it would be multiple millions of pounds required to make Northern Ireland capable of holding a Commonwealth Games. It would be massive.
Okay, and
I think we're significantly short. We have to be honest.
I'm sure Mr. McRae might come and touch on this, but we surely just don't require government money for these things to happen. You know, are we looking at there's PPI, PPP, private sector, or whatever, on top of that, which the ratepayer and the taxpayer pays for?
The scale of the investment required and the sustainability of that range of facilities in a community of the size of Northern Ireland, I have to say, it would need to have a significant study done to evaluate that. So we are very short of facilities that could host such an event.
Just one wee quick one, Chairman. I'm sorry to hear of job losses. I think that's always something which is a negative. And I see there are implications around the issue of safety at sports grounds, although it's a small amount of money compared to other things. Can I just ask, in terms of the safety at sports grounds, is this something which should be increasingly a responsibility for local councils, these new super councils, anyway?
The amount of money in the savings delivery plan, that it was stewards training was really where that was coming out of, and the facility. You know, there is the potential to, rather than providing the stewards training free of charge, that the ground operators could contribute to that in the future. So the stewards training could still go ahead with some partnership funding.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Oliver McMullen.
Yeah, right, Chair. Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. We've reduced the funding to the participation for disabilities. Where would that affect them?
I have to say, you know, Sport Northern Ireland has had a very positive working relationship with disability sport over the last 15 years or more, and I have to say they do wonderful work, and it's with regret that their budget has been reduced by 10%. We work with disability sport in light of that unfortunate environment, and the Board of Disability Sport in fact set their own priorities for the funding that was available. So it's not that we have stripped out elements of their work that we would fund. We work with them in that regrettable environment. However, since that, there is additional investment that we have announced over and above the £147,000 of core funding, which represents the 10% reduction. And our active clubs investment is putting 2 posts into disability sport over a 4-year period. It realises an income of 390,000 over that 4-year period, which will help mainstream disability provision within mainstream sports clubs. Which is really where we want to be in the future, in my view, where possible, that people with a disability can be full and participating members in mainstream clubs. In addition to that, we have worked over the last 4 years with Special Olympics to make opportunities available and put 2.3 million in there. We've just been able to announce and offer an additional year's extension to that. It's multi-departmental funding, 544,000. In addition to that, we have our ongoing Active Communities programme, which support 9 posts which do specific work, making opportunities available for people with disability, and that is in the region of 238,000 in the 14-15 year, and that's been extended. The work that Sean's department works in terms of performance focus also works with disability sport, with the provision of a basketball coach over 4 years. So, and that's just some of the examples. And whilst the 10% cut is regrettable, our opportunity has been able to uplift. That uplift in the active clubs isn't for exactly the same thing that the budget reduction was for, but I think we can all agree that mainstreaming opportunities for people with disability in our sports clubs is a high priority.
I think I should also add that in terms of the June monitoring round, we have made bids to that for 75,000 towards disability sport, 5-star challenge, and the community events.
That's correct.
Program.
So we have bid to replace that money in.
Now, I suppose the next bit of my question is still the same part as what I'm asking you. Working with councils, the new 11 councils, using their sports estates and their school estates, etc. Have we rural-proofed that?
Well,
in the sense that urban and rural is two different models here, because
Absolutely.
urban, the school estates are within reach. There is transport there in a lot of the places, etc. Rural is different. My area, you have to go 14 mile one way to a school, 16 mile the other way, and if you want to go north, there's another 18 mile to go. So there's the problem for one rural community.
Okay, if I could just read from you the presentation that went to our board meeting about the capital programme Mr Humphrey was asking about earlier, and it looked at that single strand approach that we had earlier considered about investment into multi-sport high performance facilities, and it talked about that had the potential to create an urban centric approach. The single strand investment would be only sustainable in high population areas, which are likely to be urban areas, and that Sporting Eye has a responsibility for rural proofing its policies, and that was one of the influences on making sure that the capital programme had the opportunity to fund single sport, lower level awards, I have to say, but single sport awards which are more likely to be in rural environments. So that is something we are actively considering.
Well, if they're lower end of it, you know, we're not taking that, putting them on the same equal footing as urban areas. For example, will you be looking at the main sports providers in rural areas who have got the only sports facilities?
Well, the truth of the matter is, when it comes to opening up that programme for those single sport or multi-sport awards, will not be restricting that level of application. So, if a particular sport or sporting club or community association, and one I know of is in Donaghmore, is it the I can't remember the Torrance Centre. It was fundamentally a Gaelic club. It now has soccer associated with it. It now has Pilates. It now has drama. It now has music. And we were only one of a number of funders. We put about £1 million into that. And that's now a rural environment. It's a multi-sport facility, but it's as much a community development facility as it is a sports facility. So that's the sort of example that we would love to see coming to the fore.
And my last question is, the London Olympics, we lost a percentage of our lottery funding here. It was taken off us, as all our lottery areas, to go to fund the London Olympics. I think we, over a course of 6 to 10 years or something, we paid in 20-something million out of our share of the lottery. That share never came back to us. That was never reinstated.
Well, I think there certainly was a top slice on all lottery funders to help fund the 2012 games, and I think 2012 games was as much a catalyst for sport on these islands, so it was seen as an investment. And I have to say, during that period, the Northern Ireland Executive was very generous towards its investment in sport. So whilst we lost some of our lottery funding, it did raise the profile, and we were able to bring forward investments. I'd say on the balance to that, our Sports Institute at the University of Ulster at Georgetown received, I think, in the region of £3 million from Sport England to help it with its capital infrastructure at that time. So there have been benefits going both directions.
You know, if that money hasn't come back, we're still losing that money. Theoretically, we're losing that money. So you take Commonwealth Games that we're talking about. We've no facilities here for Commonwealth Games, and nearest facilities are in Scotland. So if we had that money brought back, or the case was made to the lottery to bring that money back, would greatly help us, because that's money that's gone to the Exchequer or gone somewhere. We have lost out on that there, and we are cutting, we're stripping our budgets here, not because of that, but indirectly because of that.
There was never an intention to bring that money back to Northern Ireland. It was a top slice.
Or any other region.
Or any other region.
That was never said when anything came through. That was never said in any paperwork. It was never intended not to bring that back.
Could I suggest there we actually write to the department and just get some clarity around the whole impact around? I think the idea was that when they sold the facilities in London, the profits of that would go wherever. But it's a broad principle, because it also applies to arts, because there was money top slice there as well. So would be happy enough, Oliver, if we wrote to the department just to get clarity around amounts and how much, if has come back so far, and so on.
And also right to the lottery too,
Right.
because they're the ones that when the paperwork came, there was never any mention of this money being reinstated after the Olympics.
Okay,
We were told after the Olympics the money wasn't coming back, but not before.
if you're happy enough as a committee, we'll follow up on those two
Chair,
points.
can I just confirm that the percentage split has been reinstated? So we're back to receiving our normal. So there was a top slice and all lottery distributors' percentages. The original percentage has now been reinstated. So that percentage is no longer being taken off.
I don't think so. But that's not been taken off, no. But what we had before that slice was taken out has never been
Yes,
reinstated.
but the slice was only taken out for a temporary period, and we're no longer losing the slice.
We've lost that money.
Yes, that's correct.
We lost that money. We've got no facilities out of that money. We've only got £3 million out of what we paid in, and the facilities elsewhere, England, Scotland, Wales, is far superior to what we have. We're running about scratching about here looking for money to send people to the Commonwealth Games, etc.
We'll follow up on those 2 points then and get that information as regards sport and arts. David Hilditch.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for your presentation this morning. Obviously, the document Sports Matters obviously highlighted a number of priorities moving forward for a number of years, and Oliver's touched upon the disabled matter. There's also the likes of female participation in sport. How will that be affected with the reductions? Will targets not be met now, or?
We continue to prioritise investments that will realise increases in participation in women and girls, people with a disability, older people, and those less well off in our society. Our Active Communities programme was lottery funded, and so it's unaffected by these cuts. It was, as Andrew said, it was over £13 million for a 4-year period. It's been extended through this 12 months with another £3 million. And our board approved a direction of travel.
Result of the Olympics?
What's that?
Not result.
No. Our board just considered at its most recent meeting a sort of a direction of travel for our new revenue investments, and those will have a focus on women and girls, people with a disability, older people, and those living in the top 20% of our socially and economically deprived areas. Whilst full business cases are yet to be brought to our board, that's likely to have 4 strands. This is from March next year. The first is investment in multi-sport programmes and physical recreation programmes. The second is about workforce development to make our investments more sustainable, so we leave people more capable behind. Those are coaches and volunteers. The third strand is investment in outdoor recreation infrastructure, e.g. green gyms, outdoor gyms, walking and cycling routes, etc. And the fourth would be an extension of our ongoing small grants programme. But the schemes prioritised within those will focus on those 4 sections of society I've referred to, which have specific targets within Strategy for Sport.
Okay, thank you. And just touching upon Mr Humphreys raising the safety at sports grounds issues and the training of stewards, and we do understand that has come to an end. You did mention sports clubs and various people. Would it also be possible maybe to discuss that with the new local councils? Because they're obviously responsible for community safety, community planning, and while people can be trained as stewards for sports events, they can also play a part within other matters within local council areas as well, and be quite helpful as far as community safety goes.
Yeah, I'll bring that forward.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Basil, please.
Thank you. You don't take this the wrong way, but I found it a wee bit confusing what you're putting to me here, that we wanted to talk about the impact of financial reductions that you're going on, and then everything I've heard so far is, no, it's okay, we've got this sorted, you know, it's budget here, budget's there. Could you just tell me, what is the impact, the negative impact of the 11.2% reduction?
Well, it's really articulated in that the table. Sorry.
Table 4?
Table 4.
Yes.
In the briefing paper, and it's essentially we'll be doing slightly less. We cannot say that we will be doing the same if we take £1 million cut or just over £1 million cut in our budget. We've tried to prioritise that across all of the areas that we work with. Our work in, both in participation and performance, and we look to minimise the impact of that.
So I know that that's what you're going to do, but just tell me, it's not that we need to read out a paper, just talk to me about it. What's going to get, what is saddening you? You know, like what are you having to cut that you go, wow?
Well, if I talk from the performance end, we're not able to deliver some of the bespoke coaching development that we'd like to our coaches here. So talk a lot about the facilities as inputs into the process. We very much need to have coaches trained up and people who have worked and been there and done it. So we were able to do less of that, so that's going to slow that process dramatically. Similarly, we're going to be able to provide less in the way of high performance services into some of our sports. But what it's actually done is, and I think Humphrey earlier on referred to the opportunities in this, we've had to look at some of the efficiencies in this as well. So it has made us look very firmly, very hardly at what we get in return for the investment we make. And we believe that actually by reducing some of these areas and working in slightly different ways in other ones, that we can continue to provide a fairly good service here, but there will be less of it at times and not as many people will benefit from it.
But if we just took the issue of performance then, one of the things that's a bit disappointing in the recent Commonwealth Games is that our medal haul, if you like, was concentrated in certain areas, whereas we might have hoped to have a bit more expansive. Is there any plans to address that for the next Commonwealth Games?
Well, certainly, we've just completed with the Commonwealth Games Council here a review of what happened in Glasgow, what the lessons are we've learned there, and then looking towards the Gold Coast, which is a whole different proposition in terms of distance and cost and things. I think it's fair to say that the sport of boxing, which is the one that has most of the medals in it, it had a bit of a head start, in truth, because it began its whole preparation about 10 years ago, so it was well ahead of some of the things that the other sports are beginning to introduce now. I mean, we would love to see the medal haul increase across the breadth of sports, but in truth, because of the level of competition at the Games and the sports that Northern Ireland is good at, it's likely to be in the same sports for a while yet. So we'll be looking to the likes of bowls and boxing and shooting, the sports that traditionally delivered for us, to do it again. But even to do that in such a competitive environment is extremely onerous at times.
There were some issues, help me just on the, there were programmes I think to do with the Olympics, participation things, disability and such like, where we won awards for something. What was that?
Our Active Communities programme.
Yes.
Which is the one I've spoken about, the £13 million has been extended for a year. We won 2012 Inspire Mark, and we also won Coaching in UK Sports Coach UK Coaching Intervention of the Year at an award ceremony in London for the coaching intervention of the year 2012.
And if those three programmes, are any of them affected by your cuts, so they can? I mean,
that Active Communities programme was funded out of our lottery funding. It's the one that's been extended, and it's the one we've just taken a policy decision. The one I've just described with the 4 strands in it. So it will evolve, and we've listened to feedback. It was mainly through district councils, and we, you know, as we would normally do with our programmes, we speak to our stakeholders. What has gone well? What could be improved? And through listening to that, that's how we're evolving the programme. One of the other programmes, however, that got that accreditation from the London 2012 was our Activate. It was an intervention in primary schools primarily, and it was about young people of primary school age taking 8 steps to be physically active, and it set out various materials they could download. Well, that was being funded. The material is still there. It's still available for primary schools. We had 2 staff working on it full time, doing the outreach work with the schools, and those staff will sadly be redeployed to other things. So sadly, that's one of the cuts that you know, I'm disappointed in. However, the material is there. The material is still on our website, and schools can still use it. It's just that the human resource in behind it is no longer going to be there.
Just as a finish on the point, we're talking there about participation, women's participation, but just general participation. It's just in all the discussion you're talking, I don't really get the sense that that's a priority. I know it will be in the targets and such like, but talk about facilities and things. Is there an opportunity to do more to encourage people to actually just get involved in sport? I don't mean competitive sport or club sport, I mean active living.
Absolutely, and to be honest, that's what Active Communities is about. The £13 million is exactly that, and through that programme we have supported the employment of 116 full-time coaches, mainly in district councils, but in some cases in governing bodies, some cases in Disability Sport NI, who are actually working on the ground, getting people to be active. We have had over 3.5 million of independent participation opportunities realised over the last 4 years through that programme.
So if I just finish by a request, either to the committee or can write to you separately, I didn't mean to be churlish or anything about saying about it, but you know, just to give you an example of what I would like you to address, you mentioned that there's a 10% cut in disability, I think that was the figure I've written down, and then you come back to say to me there was 504, not actually, I think Mr. Humphrey, 544,000 that brought from somewhere else.
From our lottery fund.
Yes, and 238,000 from somewhere. Is there any way of consolidating that so that we actually know what the real figure is?
Well, I have to say one of the things within our work programme this year is actually to set out, it's almost like our disability sport policy, our range of interventions and the range of partners, and disability sport is one, and one very important one that we value. But I only took that as an example, just was sitting saying to you, you're 10% down, but then you've got this money in here, and you're talking different time scales and money, whatever. Because Mr. Humphreys made a very important point, which I think we would welcome, or certainly you should consider it, that the ability to aspire to greater things, it is disappointing about what you were saying about your analysis, Nick, about we don't have the facilities to go for the Commonwealth Games. But you know what? If it was set out properly and with looking at maybe funding coming from the private sector, there would be a political will to go forward and try and look that out. And even if you were just talking about it, I think it would have a knock-on effect on the performance issues as well, about this is why we want to do it. So it might just give more of an opportunity to explain the good work that you're doing. So, you know, Mr. Humphreys did mention it, and I'd certainly add my weight to it, but maybe you ought to be considering about, instead of salami slicing and being very efficient, all of which you should be doing, of course, but let's see some real vision that says, you know what, we can provide seed corn, but we need to get more finances from something else. You know, it's a very good point, and again, our board debated those three strands of that capital funding will come at percentage contributions. They'll not come at 100%, and depending on whether it's a public body is the applicant or likely to be the owner of the facility, that will limit it to a large extent. If it's an area of high social need, they'll get a higher percentage, and that's the way that's going. In terms of bringing other people's money to the table, 9 o'clock yesterday morning I met with the community bank that are very interested in the social outcomes that sport can realise, and they're, I have to say, enthusiastic to potentially be partner investors in some of those facilities. So our 17.5 million could turn into 20 or 25 million, but that would be through loan funding, and the beauty of that is it makes our applicants and our sporting bodies think more like businesses and think about revenue streams and repayment requirements rather than just give me 100% loan. So we're looking at those alternative
Just finishing
options.
that point, if just you would find support, but you need to give us some information.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. Gordon Dunn.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks very much, gentlemen, for coming to meet us again. Just in relation to community projects, I understand there's money becoming available for capital expenditure. Is that correct? About 17 million?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. What's the progress on that at the moment?
Okay, I was just explaining to your colleagues earlier there, our board met on the 21st and has agreed a 3-strand approach to that programme.
Right, okay.
The first strand will be a small number of multi-sport facilities that are capable of supporting both community and high-performance facilities. High-performance participation, and the community participation is, in all honesty, likely to be 80% of that, because that's what it would take to make them viable and keep them filled and vibrant. A second strand is a multi-facility strand. It can go up to £1 million. There's 6.75 in that fund. And that's what I'm saying. We're talking to a community bank about possibly partnering us there and bringing loan funding to help spread that a bit further. And the lower strand is for single sport clubs, and it's for awards between 10 and 100,000. So that's a slight rethink on where that project was earlier. So that's due to be launched in the near future.
When are the calls likely to go out for that? Or?
Well, we're likely to be undertaking roadshows around Northern Ireland within the next month or so to advise potential applicants of that opportunity. Okay. We can make those roadshows known to the committees, Clark, if that's helpful.
Yes, great. That would be useful. Yeah. And you're obviously very keen on the community participation for those projects. you know, the like of clubhouses and so on, the sharing of clubhouses, is that sort of a major sort of issue that could be will be part of the criteria?
Well, to be honest, the criteria, I think, you know, we've learned in the past from projects that have been very facility focused, where organisations have come and said, we want that facility, and really, are we going to get any benefit from it? Is the sporting activity that goes on around that going to increase any? So I have to say that the focus on this strand will be on a sports development plan, and what are you going to do in and around your club or your organisation, and what are you going to do for people with a disability, older people, women and girls, and how are you going to expand your programme? What value is Northern Ireland going to get from this investment? And after that, they'll be saying, well, what facilities do you need to make it happen, and what have you got, and what is the gap? And we can make a contribution to make that happen. And if that gap happens to be you don't have enough changing accommodation, well, then that's a reasonable thing, right? To allow women's teams and men's teams to play in the same facility, well, then that's a reasonable thing to do. But let's look at the outcomes and the benefits first, rather than just, I want the facility. That makes sense.
I understand, yeah, where you're coming from, that's grand. A couple of other things. With the Windsor Park incident and the project, the ongoing build that has been ongoing on the issues with the West Stand, you mentioned about safety of sports ground, which is obviously a responsibility of Sport NI. Are you satisfied that everything was done in relation to the ongoing works there? Everything was done to reduce the risk of failure prior to the last international game at Windsor Park?
First of all, safety of sports grounds isn't the responsibility of Sport Northern Ireland. We provide advice to the department, to ground owners, and to the three governing bodies and the district councils. And the district councils issue the safety certificates, not Sport Northern Ireland. But I have to say that working closely with my understanding, and I'm not technical in these matters, but my understanding is that prior to the match and working closely with Belfast City Council, our advice was that an engineer's report was required for that stand, and my understanding that engineer's report was received and was positive.
Prior to the game?
Prior to the game, that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you.
One other point, Chairman, just in relation to the corporate plan, I'm moving on to something totally different, of an interest in motorsport. Has motorsport been included in the corporate plan, which obviously is extensive and far-reaching? I'm talking about motorsport here, about motor clubs that are organised throughout Northern Ireland, in fact, far and beyond Northern Ireland, but which contains a number of people very committed to sport and with a lot of enthusiasm that are putting a lot of effort in, and with the use of volunteers every weekend practically, especially during the summer. And we have got a number of tracks where they're extensively used for all sorts of motorsport, and we obviously have rallying and motor racing, which is totally different. And has huge enthusiasm and followers, and the motorbikes are another aspect of that. And again, there's huge following for motorbikes in Northern Ireland. There's a terrific history and a culture here for it. And just finally, you know, you may have heard Chris Meek being interviewed this morning.
I didn't hear it.
Who has won a round of the World Rally Championship. The last man to win that was Colin McRae, some 13 years ago. So what he has done is a major achievement. It's one round. His main objective, obviously, is to win the World Rally Championship outright, which is a huge ask. But, you know, we need to be supporting people like this. And I know in the Republic, they're very keen to support young people, bring young people on where there's talent like that to develop them. All I want is an assurance that the motor clubs and the motoring fraternity, motorsport fraternity, are included in this corporate plan.
Yeah, we have to say we work very closely with the different motorsport disciplines, and you know, it's great that Chris has had that success because we did support him way back. The costs of rallying are enormous. Our bit was small, but it was in part a piece of funding there. But yeah, we work with the different disciplines that are within motorsport and have supported them. In fact, we've supported some of our top track and road race motorbikes motorbikers as well. So yeah, it's ongoing.
The other thing we're currently doing as well, obviously health and safety at motorcycle road racing is a huge issue, and we're working in partnership with the Irish Sports Council, who are together we're part funding a post, and that's been working up a health and safety manual. I think we've about 9 chapters written and agreed with the governing body, and there are a few more chapters to finish, but we're supporting them directly in terms of setting out new health and safety procedures that will help minimise the risks where possible in that sport.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just about the motor clubs, that meet in literally every town in the country. Has there been any engagement with them or anything to bring them on board?
Yeah, motorsport was actually, I chaired one of our consultation events at our corporate plan, and motorsport was represented in the working group I was working on at the time. So yes, they've had a voice and a say in ensuring our corporate plan covers the sorts of things that they're interested in.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Rosie McCorney.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation, and apologies for not being in at the beginning of it. Can I just ask you then, in terms of these cuts, what will the impact be on socially deprived communities? How will it affect them?
Well, what we're trying to do is maximise our investment where people have less opportunities. And I've described our new investment programme, and it will have priorities. It will come from our lottery fund, which obviously isn't affected by the cuts. So, one of the cuts in Table 4 related to participation initiatives. You have heard there's a 10% cut in people with disabilities, a 10% cut in the work that we do, women and girls and outdoor recreation. So those are undoubtedly unfortunate, and but we will be doing our best to minimise the impact of that. And part of that is by cutting back on our own in-house costs and making sure that where possible we can maximise our investment out there.
But how specifically would you minimise the impact? What sort of things would you do?
But it's about prioritising. For example, in our capital programme we've just talked about, we've said that the percentages going to projects in areas of high social need will be higher. They'll be required to achieve less partnership funding than more affluent areas. So that's a way of prioritising our money into the areas where there's greatest need. Just one example.
And we've had the issue of female participation in sport and how low it is and all that and the impacts. And this is now going to have further impacts on female. Did you take it into account, the fact that female participation is low already?
Yeah, we did indeed. In fact, one of the projects that we specifically run at the minute, which I have responsibility for, is the Boxing Investment Programme, which is specifically targeted at social disadvantages where many of the boxing clubs are. And one of the indicators we have of that, and one of the benefits we're seeking for that, is an increase in female participation through that. So we're hoping with that investment targets we have there and the work we're currently doing on the ground that we're going to see an increase in those areas, and the early indications are that is the case. So we're really heartened by that.
We're also working with the Northern Ireland Women's Sports Forum to try and promote sport for women. And when I talked about there, earlier talking about the capital programme, about taking not a facility-led approach, or I need a new pitch or I need a new change rooms, but it's about a sports development plan approach, which is saying, well, how are you going to increase sport for women and girls in your club? How are you going to increase sport for people with a disability? And then say, well, what is the facilities that would enable you to do that? So it's about putting that sporting outcomes thing first, and women and girls, people with a disability and people living in areas of high social need are at the top of that list, and we want to see benefits in that regard. And it's only then we say, right, we're now prepared to make an investment in your club. So it's about prioritising those outcomes. Okay.
Can I ask about the Active Communities project? How many individual projects are there funded under Active Communities?
Okay, Active Communities is a revenue investment that we, I have to say, anticipated the 11 district council model being the one we anticipated that 5 years ago as it seemed to be the one that was likely to happen. So we offered on an allocation basis to each of the 11 councils an investment based on a model which was seed funding, that everybody got the same amount, based on geographic area, based on levels of deprivation, and based on population. And that worked out on the budget and allocation approach based on that. So deprivation was right in at that level. And then we made an investment in each of the 11 district councils. And obviously they weren't 11 at that time, but they formed an alliance and a partnership agreement and appointed a lead council to administer the award. So there were 11 awards, but in behind each of those was what was called a CLIP, a Coaching Implementation and Leadership Plan, which said, how will you use these coaches that we're prepared to fund to actually increase participation, women and girls, disability, areas of high social need. So out of that plan, and to some extent that was a negotiation process where they come with some really good ideas, and we said, well, we think it might improve by doing this or that. And over the last 4 years, that plan has been implemented by us providing the salary costs of those coaches. But I have to say the district councils and others have in addition funded, for example, facility access, transport and other costs associated with that programme. So it's not been, whilst the salaries have been 100% funded by us, other aspects have been funded in partnership with the district councils.
Is Belfast the lead council?
Yes, Belfast City Council is a recipient of that, yeah.
Okay. Would you have any idea how many young people have been supported under that?
Yeah, we're currently over 3.5 million individual participation opportunities realised.
In the north?
In the north, over the 4 years of active community so far. That was an investment of around £13 million.
Oh, right, okay then. Graham Margaret.
Thank you. Could I just ask, in the briefing paper, you mentioned an Exchequer baseline figure of 10.12 million, and there's also a reference then to a total budget of 8.219 million. There's a difference there of 1.9 million? They may be referring to different things.
They are. The baseline budget from DCAL is for the current year is about 8.2 million, or the £8 million figure. We also have some self-generated income.
That's Karen. Thank you. Great. Karen McKevin.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And sorry for missing your presentation, got delayed this morning. First of all, the funding opportunities available to you that you were speaking of earlier, will there be stakeholder events or guidance available from Sport NI into the community?
Absolutely.
And are they going to be held in each of the 11 district council areas, or is it just going to be a select few?
Well, we'll spread them geographically around Northern Ireland so that people have an act. Whether there'll be 11 of them, I don't think with that just planned yet. But what I've said earlier to the committee is I'll make the clerk aware of when those roadshows are taking place, so that members can get the dates and the locations.
Yeah, and just we talked about capital bills earlier from Mr. Dunn, and it just went in my head maybe to ask the question: if a capital spend had already been invested by the council and maybe like a DARD into a community facility where say a local GAA club gave their field up to the community in order to build this facility, would there be funding available for the like of that club if to replace the field in order for the girls and all participation to?
What we have never funded, obviously, you know, we only agreed this investment strand a couple of weeks ago, 21st of April. But what we've never funded in the past is clubs to acquire land for a land bank. What the cost of a site is an eligible cost in the creation of a project that is justified by a sports development plan and a business case. So if a capital project requires the purchase of a site and it is justified in all the other terms that I've described, the cost of acquiring that site is an eligible cost, but not a site for a club or a sporting organisation to keep in reserve for future use. We wouldn't fund that.
No, but if they had the site available, it was maybe to replace the pitch that they gave up on the land that they have available, to maybe replace it with the 3G pitch or whatever.
Well, I think it would come back to the principle that I've described before, which is a sports development led approach. So what is your sports development plan? What are your outcomes going to be? Yeah. And what is the facility you need to realise those outcomes? And what have you got at the minute? And what's the gap? And I think, you know, it's as the the process I described earlier, rather than taking a facility-led approach, which is I need an extra pitch, what are you going to do with it, and what are the outcomes, and why should we invest in it?
Yeah.
And I think we need to start thinking in those terms. Those are business terms. You're going to make an investment. What are you going to get out at the other end?
Yeah, and just on the 11 council bit, I think when you're requesting councils maybe to be the lead, taking the lead in their communities and delivering these programmes, I think it's very important that each council at least have a stakeholder event in
Absolutely,
order to put that out.
That's a fair point.
And
Well,
just-
one of the things, just in terms of councils as well, one of the things that we have actually written to DOE when they were consulting on the community planning process on the back of the new council responsibilities is that sport should be one of the sport in Northern Ireland should be one of the statutory consultees, because we obviously aspire that sport and physical recreation actually plays a part in developing well-being in the council area. So we would be very enthusiastic that there's a chapter within a community plan on the role that sport and physical recreation can play.
Yeah, okay, just one more question, if that's okay, Chair. The last time we met was in Sport NI building, not that far away from here, where defibrillators were in order. I was just wondering, have they arrived and has training commenced?
Yes, they have arrived.
Okay.
And I think at that meeting I discovered afterwards that the Sports Institute, which is obviously out in Jordanstown, I think there are about 4 defibrillators there and about 12 staff trained in that. I'm speaking in broad figures.
That's
there,
all
but there
good.
are multiple defibrillators there.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Just want to get finished, so bring in Professor Gallagher. There was, sorry, yes, that was it. The issue of sport and CAL areas of business going into a Department of Communities, will that, do you think, open up opportunities for synergies between social development facilities, type facilities, and programmes and sport?
Chairman, I think the model is actually well established worldwide. And if you look at the London Games, if you look at the Olympic Games in London and all the razzmatazz around the high performing athletes in there, the whole basis of it has been the community base of those facilities. So whilst you have that better facility which enables your better athletes to benefit from it and train on it and do good things, you cannot have that standing alone. Manchester is a wonderful example of it. If you look at the Velodrome there and the sports city that they have, I mean, the facilities are so well used by the communities, and it's about the management and the planning to make sure that there is the community access in there. And that very often people see it as the bright, shiny Olympic thing that's up there in the Commonwealth. Glasgow is another fantastic example. Again, if you're having fortunate enough to go to the games and have a look at what's there, the way they have married together the local community needs, demands into a facility which also accommodates people from those communities who want to popular sport is a model that we really need to put into place here in Northern Ireland. And I think with this new capital programme we're beginning, it's a really sound start in this one.
The other thing is I understand that the Department of Social Development Neighbourhood Renewal funding is going to go to district councils, and with us working with district councils on facility strategies and they've bought into that process, hopefully we'll end up with a more strategic investment of that funding that will have both social and sporting outcomes and projects that meet the priorities of those relevant communities and not just projects that are sort of shiny at that time or attractive at that time.
One of the things that happened in the past, I think, was that with neighbourhood renewal, a lot of the partnerships did not really take sport into account. Yeah. Some did.
Yeah, I think the fact that we're now going to be part of that family is maybe an opportunity to influence that.
Definitely.
One last question for Oliver.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'll be very quickly. The high social need you talked about earlier on there, like for some of the rural areas. I hope you're not using the deprivation levels as what's there at the minute, the noble indices, because that's predicated on urban, rural versus urban. So we should be looking at rural versus rural. It's an unfair. I
know at the time, Oliver, I couldn't give you the exact data, but we took advice from the University of Ulster on how we applied to ensure as fair an interpretation of the deprivation indices as possible. And I don't have the technical detail of that, but we took advice on that.
I know my part, the Glens area there, totally outside of those levels. because of the graph that's there and how they weigh them out with the percentages. So in that sense there, we need to be very careful as to how we rate high social.
And that's certainly something for us to take forward, just to ensure the rural issues there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, look, we'll thank you indeed for your presentation and for taking the questions. Appreciate all that you've given us this morning. That's been very helpful, so thanks again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And in terms of actions that follow on from this, I think it would suggest that we write to the department and the lottery about money that top sliced back for the 2012 Olympics.
Yeah, Chair, can I point when we're writing to the department? Can we ask the department what approaches or communications they've had with Europe about trying to place some of the money that has been lost, whether exchequer funding or lottery funding, with European money?
Okay, I'm sure we can add that. And if we just stress, when we're writing to the department and the lottery, it's about the whole breadth of sport and arts, because it's an issue that crosses over both. Okay, thank you. Our next briefing then is from Queen's University, from Professor Tony Gallagher. And I refer you to the Clark's memo, page 113, the briefing paper provided by Queen's at page 116, and the supporting documents relating to the festival's accounts and evaluation process at page 122. Also included for members' information are an excerpt from the Queen's submission for the inclusion into the Arts Inquiry, that's at page 224. The Hansard extract from the ACNI briefing is at page 226, and both specifically refer to the future of the festival. And the committee agreed to seek a briefing from the university following its announcement before Easter that is withdrawing its funding from the festival. You're very welcome to the committee this morning, Professor Gallagher, and invite you then to make an opening statement.
Okay, thank you. Well, we submitted a number of papers in response to questions that that you asked, so hopefully these papers were useful. Just to sort of briefly summarise, I suppose, the main issues. The Queen's, I think, is rightly proud of her role with Festival and with Arts Culture more generally. The festival itself was originally formed in the early 1960s, and for many years it was really the only event of its kind within Belfast. The QFT opened as the first and only independent cinema in Northern Ireland as part of that whole process, and we opened the Naughton Gallery in 2001. The 2012-2013 festival was the 50th year, and so it was a much bigger event, and there was a major deficit. It happened that year, no doubt you'll want to talk about that in a bit more detail later, because we'll leave that to that point. But after that, the Senate considered a report on arts and culture in the university in December 2013 and expressed concern that the way things were working was that the university carried all the financial risk from the event. So I asked for some work to be done to try and to develop a new sustainable funding model for festival. And that raised itself quite quickly because issues emerged around the 2014 festival. So we pulled together a meeting of the stakeholders to secure a small amount of additional funding to ensure the 2014 festival could work, and that was achieved and that was successful. But recognising the challenges and problems we were facing, we also established a stakeholder group, which was chaired by Roisin McDonagh, the chair of the Arts Council, to look at to try and develop a sustainable funding model for the future for a genuinely and truly international festival. Procurement exercise was carried out, and Festival Events International was recruited to do some work on this. And the conclusions of their report, the report is included in the package we sent, but the broad conclusions were that there was enthusiastic support for international culture and arts being presented in Belfast. There's no lack of support for that. It did suggest, however, that the festival had shrunk in size and had become largely local, despite the international ambition that we all had for it. And the main reason for that was that it wasn't resourced at a level required for a festival of international ambition. And part of this was looking at other comparisons with other international festivals that were operating in different parts of the UK. So what the report identified was a 5-year plan where the income that would be needed to run an international festival would need to grow within 5 years to £2 million per annum, and it is a change in the mix of grant income, box office income, etc. In the first instance, the report suggested that the funders needed to commit to a 3-year funding window to allow the sort of planning that was necessary for a truly international festival. And for Festival 2015, it required an overall funding level of 1.135 million. And the recommendation was that we should try to get confirmation of both of those criteria, the budget level and a 3-year commitment by the end of December 2014. At that point, we hadn't got the commitment, so we kept talking to the stakeholders, and in early March, we pulled everyone together to look at the situation. It was clear from the budget that the budget committed was some 372,000 short of the target that we had set, and it was not possible for any of the stakeholders to commit to a 3-year funding commitment. So on that basis, the minimum level of funding for festival, which had been recommended by the report, wasn't achieved. And in the broader context that the university was in, we felt we had no option but to decide at that point that our role in the festival had to end, which is what we decided.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask, first of all, just is this part of, or is there a wider refocusing by Queen's in terms of its involvement with the arts sector? Have you any thoughts about the future of QFT and the Naughton Gallery, which were the other two examples you mentioned?
Yeah. Well, the Naughton Gallery is wholly paid for by the university at the moment, and that's continuing. We do make a small subvention to the QFT, but it gets money from other sources, and as long as it remains viable, we're very committed to keeping that operating. In the broader picture, as part of this process of looking at our arts and cultural sort of offering generally, we did an audit of all the public events, or all events carried out in the university to which the public is invited to participate. When you go right across the full range of activities in the university, there are some 3,000 events attracting over 300,000 visitors annually. So what we want, we're deeply committed to maintaining an arts and culture presence. It will have to refocus in the light of the resources that are available to us, but there's plenty of things that we do, and we will be trying to sort of refocus that and present that in a very clear way, because we want to continue to make that contribution.
What would you see as the focus going forward then?
Well, that's to be determined by the process we're in. There's a huge amount of activities that we run. It would be what we need to do is to look at the different themes associated with that, and what is the best way of presenting that, so that as many people as possible have the opportunity to avail of the sorts of activities that we're carrying out.
Okay. I have just one other question. It was in relation to the festival this year. We're now into the end of April, and the festival, there will be a festival of some sort then in the autumn. There are issues there for those who have been working on the development of the festival.
Sure.
And I think one of the challenges probably is around ensuring that nothing happens that makes things particularly difficult for them.
Sure.
Would you see ways in which, as regards staffing, office space, resources or whatever, things can be done as, I'll use the word seamlessly, as possible, so that if staff are transferring, if they're employed at the moment at the university, I think they were transferring to a new entity, or people are working out of a room in somewhere, those things could be worked on to accommodate it so that they can focus on delivery this year?
Yeah, well, the immediate priority with the current staff in the festival office is to move towards a proper and effective shutdown of our current activities, and that's the priority for the office at this stage. We've given a commitment to the staff in the office that we will look for redeployment opportunities within the university. Because of the broader picture of things, there are schemes, and there's a scheme in place around staff who may be leaving the university, and that may be relevant to some of them, I don't know. And others will seek employment opportunities in other places, and we will be as sympathetic as we possibly can be to try and facilitate that sorts of.
I'm just thinking there, if a new festival entity is set up, which I think maybe they.
I have no idea. I mean, if there is, the university isn't involved in any discussions.
No, I appreciate that. It would be the other stakeholders,
yeah,
presumably. But I think it's their intention to go forward with a new entity. If that's the case, what could be done by, or are there things that could be done by the university about staff if they want to transfer across to a new festival entity? I don't know whether. No idea whether TUPE or any of these things apply or not, and also, you know, it would be quite if they were transferring across to a new festival entity in the middle of preparing for a year to suddenly find, oh right, we'll have to go and find new offices. We need to get, where's that on that computer or whatever.
Yeah.
All the work that has been done, can that be accommodated to enable them to facilitate a seamless?
Well, to an extent, I mean, as far as this transition processes in relation to records and things like that, to a certain extent, where there isn't any issues around data confidentiality, then maybe something can be organised. In practical terms, if someone is moving to, if there's a new festival being run and there's a new organisation going to run it, then someone in the current festival office will be ceasing their employment with Queen's and taking up employment with this new organisation. Our main priority at this point is to allow to explore opportunities for redeployment. So the staff want to stay work within Queen's and we can find a place for them, we'll accommodate that.
And that deals with the issue around staffing as regards information, say that somebody has been intending to book a certain performer, and they've got a contract, all of that material, which if there's no Queen's Festival as such going forward, is redundant.
Yeah.
But it could be transferred across to, and I've no idea, I've no knowledge or understanding of the complexities or the technicalities, but that broad principle about making it accessible so that the thing can actually take place this year.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're not going to sort of hide any information from people. I mean, obviously, the any contract discussions that have been going on from the university point of view will have ceased. We hadn't signed any contracts with any artists, so we hadn't gone down that particular route, and so we wouldn't have any intention of sort of. But presumably, any discussions that were taking place, there will be continuity with some of the people who are involved in the process. Yeah.
And if they're working out of an office up in Queen's, can that continue to rather than have all the hassle of disruption, because it would make it almost impossible, I would have thought.
Well, it can continue for a while, but I mean, we're dealing with a significant level of change on a much bigger scale, and so we're dealing with a lot of big challenges at the moment, trying to ensure our core business, that has to be our first priority.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm just thinking that a significant festival, one that has been around for a long time.
Sure.
We're now in April, we're about to enter May, you're talking of the autumn. You're not talking of a lengthy period, but for a number of months to enable the festival, a festival to function this year. Would that be tenable?
Well, I mean, I think we went through a 12-month process where we actually tried to develop a clear model for what would be needed in order to have a successful, truly international festival. The recommendations of that report were very clear. We think there's a clear appetite for an international arts and culture festival in Belfast. We would dearly love to see something established. We have a model there for how it could be done. Energy should be focused on that, I think, rather than trying to put together something just for the sake of putting something together. So, I mean, if we were asked for advice, we'd say we have a report, we have a process, that's what we should be working towards.
What I'm asking, though, is if the other stakeholders, and I haven't spoken to them, if the other stakeholders decided we want to go ahead with something, some event or some programme this year, with a view to a longer term international festival, but if they want to do something in the autumn this year, it would be very disruptive if you have to take all the stuff out of this room and go away and hunt for an office down the road. So what I'm saying is, would office space that's being currently used, filing cabinets, all that, would that be? Would the university allow them to continue to use for a number of months to get past this year?
Yeah, I'm not sure I could give a commitment specifically on that now. If there were requests in that line, we would certainly consider them.
I'm glad to hear that, and I would hope they would be considered favourably.
Well, we'll certainly consider them.
I think it would be, when a decision is taken at a particular point, a few months away from an anticipated festival, I think it would not, this is a personal view, I just don't think it would reflect well on the university if that were to be the case. But okay, William Humphrey.
Well, thanks, Chairman. Thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Gallagher. Can I ask, and you may have touched on it, but in the university's viewpoint, from your perspective, what effect does the Queen's Festival ending have on the arts in Belfast and the reputational damage to the city as an arts centre?
Well, I suppose one of the things which is important to keep in mind, whenever the festival began, it was really the only one of its kind in the city, and for many years it was a bright light in very dark times. Currently there are some 70 festivals run at various points across the city, so a lot of the resource that's available is spread around very, very thinly. There was a point at which I think it's probably true to say that the Belfast Festival at Queen's came close to rivaling potentially Edinburgh as the major event, but those days are long since passed, and it was clear from the report that we did that in comparison to other festivals carried out in other parts of the UK, it's a much smaller event than it used to be, and that's because the resource wasn't there to allow the people who were running it, who were incredibly capable, to do the sorts of things that we all would like to do, so that I think it became clear to us it was necessary to draw a line. If we want to have a truly international festival for Belfast, which I think we all do, then we need to put in place this package of support and funding that allows that to happen. And I hope that is what happens. I mean, if you look at the other festivals, major festivals that were used as points of comparison, none of them are underwritten by a university. Our festival developed in particular circumstances, but those circumstances have changed dramatically.
Well, I know that when I was in the development committee in the City Hall Belfast, that I think at that time 52 festivals of varying size import, and we were actually marketing the city as a city of festivals. But I mean, in a way, are you saying that potentially others took up, part of each of the genres or the areas and perhaps developed those? And therefore we got to saturation point, and the festival really became something which couldn't be sustained because there were other practitioners or other festivals that were doing what you had pump primed.
The level of resource that was available to support all the festivals hadn't risen commensurate to the number of festivals that were taking place. And it's great to have all the festivals, many of them, I'm getting involved in many of them myself, just as a participant. And it is, the city is a very lively and vibrant place because of that. If we want to have a signature international festival for the city, which I think we all do, then there needs to be a sort of a new effort to try and put in place the level of resource and support that will make that happen. We're no longer in a position to underwrite that particular ambition.
And I have sympathy with that viewpoint. But what level of levels of funding was Queen's putting into? I mean, was Queen's reducing its funding going into the festival each year? I mean, can you ask that? And also, I mean, was the final nail in the coffin the budgetary cuts that you simply couldn't sustain any longer?
Yeah, well, the budgetary cuts didn't help. We had budgeted something of the order of 130,000 for Festival 2015. Once the budget cuts came in, we had to reduce that. Most of the other stakeholders or other funders, for a variety of reasons, had to reduce the level that they could include as well. And that had a direct impact on the target that we had all collectively agreed to, of a total funding envelope of 1.135 million for Festival 2015. So for what was planned for next autumn, we were already a little under £400,000 short, and the university couldn't run the risk of underwriting that. But apart from that, the other criterion that we had agreed and set for ourselves was to have a 3-year commitment, and none of us could do that because of the uncertainty in the funding situation. On both those counts, we felt it was just too much of a risk going forward too.
Well, I know go back 20 years where you used to have a programme on at night that Sean Rafferty would have presented that basically was the sort of the best bits, or what's the best bits coming the next days, and the profile was very, very high. Can I ask, finally, if I may, in relation to private funding, private sector funding, do you think we're successful enough in securing private sector funding? Was it affected by the economic downturn? And do you think there's a cultural problem of people in Northern Ireland relying on government, whether local government, regional government or national government, to pay for things, and the private sector culturally not doing enough?
Yeah, well, that may be a not unreasonable argument. We've received very significant support from the Ulster Bank over the years, and we're extremely grateful for that. The level of funding reduced over time, but that's because they were feeling those issues as well, and we perfectly well understand that. We have a very effective development office. We're one of the most effective universities in the UK at leveraging philanthropic support for different things. So if it was there to be found, we would have found it. But in the current economic environment, it's very, very difficult to access private support as well.
Okay, thank you. Next, Chair.
Basil, Craig.
Tony, how much money does the university spend in promoting itself worldwide?
I couldn't give you an answer to that because it covers a whole range of different things. We have a marketing department.
So just circa, I mean, it's...
Well, I don't have the figures to hand, but I mean, we spend, academics go to international conferences in some senses as part of building the reputation of the university. We do a whole range of activities that are about engaging with people locally, nationally and internationally. I'm not sure where you would draw a line to say this bit is about promoting the university, this is about something else.
Well, just it strikes me that if we did have the opportunity at one stage, maybe gone for the time being, to have an international arts festival that would rival Edinburgh, which is world renowned, that would be a significant marketing advantage.
I agree. But if you look at the other big festivals, some of them may well have had university involvement at some point in the past, but none of them do now.
Yeah, but just because other people don't do it doesn't mean to say that you couldn't do it.
True, but we're having our budget cut. And so we have to protect our core business of the meeting the needs of our students and giving them the best quality student experience we can, and supporting research, which does so much to enhance the reputation of the university.
And I'm fully supportive of research and those issues that you do, but I just wonder, given that a fair amount of the courses that you offer would be based around humanities, that there is some value to having an international flagship that would say we are Queens and we are in Belfast.
Yeah. Oh, undoubtedly. But I mean, as I said earlier, when we looked at the range of events that are open to the public and run by the university already, there are thousands of them, and there are hundreds of thousands of people access them.
You see, I looked at those, I looked at the chart, and I understand that they're there, but in terms of, we've moved in the modern world now to, it's the big flagship events that really have impact. Yeah. And there aren't that many of them, because so I don't have a problem with Queen's revisiting and deciding, do you know what, the festival's got a little tired and maybe it's not doing what we want to do. But given away the prize in the longer term of having something that would promote Belfast, Northern Ireland and Queens, not necessarily in that order by the way, but I just think that there's something really positive in that we should be building on.
Well, we commissioned the report from the stakeholders group specifically to try and identify a way in which that could be achieved, and we identified a funding model, we identified a strategy for a 5-year period, and we asked all of the stakeholders if we could work together to try and put that in place, and on the first we weren't able to meet the targets.
Okay, so I don't have a problem with you having had a look and said, you know what, this doesn't work, but you put the challenge out to other people. So let's see if positively we could come back with something. That I understand that as an appropriate strategy. But could I just move on to this about, before we throw the baby completely out with the bath, out of the bathwater, is there, are Queen's washing its hands completely of any involvement in the future with a Belfast festival?
Not at all, no. I mean, if there's a model put together by the city or whomever which could work, I think we'd be very keen to explore opportunity to engage with that, because arts and culture remains a very, very important part of what we do.
Okay, I understand that answer, and I'm happy with that. Can I just ask you, just in the interim, about if there is talk about an alternative Belfast Festival grouping coming together, there will be some issue about transfer of assets, such as they are. How does that work? Or
well, I'm not sure what assets are involved. I mean, the key asset, we had a small staff working in the festival office. We provided a whole range of services, offices and all the rest of it for that, on top of the direct subvention that we made. We've effectively now used that money for other purposes, and the main function of the festival office at this point is to run down our activity to make sure there's a clear and effective end to the activity.
And I heard that response when you spoke to the chair. But
I'm not sure what assets there are to
well, first of all, if there were any assets or anything, it's about setting whatever new entity is coming up, hopefully this one, setting them up with a fair wind in their sails.
Yeah.
I mean, is that, would that be the mindset of Queen's, is to try and wish the next set of people or previous stakeholders all the best and as much support as possible?
Yeah, we're not going to get in people's way, but as I said in response to an earlier question, we now have a model that we think identifies what we need to do if we want to develop a festival, and maybe energy should be best focused on how we can put that in place.
Yes. And so the final, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But just in the interim period that we're doing, we have a transitional period.
Yeah.
What would be the position about, because the festival will have relied quite heavily on some access to facilities, not talking about staff here, but halls and such like to put on events and things. Yeah. What's the university's position with regard to that for the foreseeable future?
Well, we haven't received any requests for the use of venue at this point. If we receive requests, we'll put it.
Would you look at it in a benign, supportive way? There's no if there's no financial loss to you or impact on it, would you be supportive of them being able to use your facilities?
Well, I wouldn't. Just here, I wouldn't want to give an open-ended commitment like that because the. Part of the overall sort of funding of the university is what we can generate from the higher facilities. So, I mean, the best thing to say is to be prepared to look sympathetically at those sorts of things. But we're not going to be unhelpful. But I can't give an open-ended commitment here.
And just nobody, Basil, park the words. We will not be unhelpful. That's
all right. Okay. And I'm just finishing on that. But, I mean that is actually, the chair was on the same line.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Let's just say, we understand the politics and the finances that you have to deal with and the strategy that the university is taking with. That's okay.
Yeah.
But I do think that whilst we are trying to create some sort of momentum behind a properly financed, different issue around the festival, re-energised, refocused, which I think we would all be in agreement of, there are certain things about just not killing it stone dead, and so it could do with a bit of benign intervention that does not cost the university money or whatever, but is helpful. And I think we would like to see that that would happen, notwithstanding that that's not sustainable in the longer term.
Yeah, well, as I say, we'll not be unhelpful. We're not.
All right, well,
Yeah.
the chair's told me to park that one, Tony, so I'll park it in that, Chairman.
And bank it as well. Rosie McCorley.
Gurmayoga Caherly, and thank you for your presentation. Most of the stuff is already covered, so I'll not go over old ground, but I just wanted to ask you, what is the current relationship like now between Queen's and the festival?
Well, the festival office is a part of the university, the staff office is part of the university, and the task that they have is to bring it to a closure, and the staff are doing that. We're in discussion with the staff. We've said to them that.
But how do they feel about that? You know.
Well, you'd need to ask them. They know the task that we have given them, and they're doing it.
But the relationship, I mean, surely you can tell something. How are you getting on?
Well, I mean, I think we have a clear set of parameters for the next period of time, working towards the end of July, which is when the office will be officially closed. One member of staff has already been redeployed into another part of the university, and we have offered the opportunity for any of the other staff who wish to explore that option, to explore the option. If we could find employment for all of the staff redeployed to the university, that would be great. And
do you feel Belfast has lost greatly because of the decision taken by Queen's?
I think it is a loss that the Belfast Festival at Queen's will no longer happen. But I think the peak of the festival was some years ago. I think it's in our collective interest to try to bring that peak back again, to have a truly international festival. But we have a model now for how that needs to be done. But it's a much bigger thing than the university can handle. We're more than happy to be a partner with others. But it was no longer sustainable from our point of view to be the funder of last resort. That if anything went wrong, we had to pick up the pieces. We just can't afford to do that anymore.
Okay. In terms of other festivals in Belfast, then do you think they're doing a good job?
Oh yeah, I mean, one of the great things about the city at the moment is the number of festivals that are going on, and we've had a lot of useful discussions and engagement with some of the other festivals. The only downside of that is that, as I said earlier, the increase in the number of festivals hasn't been linked to an increase in the level of resource to support them. So that if, as a city, we want to have a signature international festival that sits as a sort of the key thing, then as a city and all the partners in the city, we need to work collectively to try and achieve that. There's a slight risk with so many festivals that the resource simply gets sort of sliced and diced all over the place, and everyone is doing a good job, but no one is actually doing a fantastic job for the city as a whole.
Yeah, well, I suppose I would say, coming from West Belfast, the West Belfast Festival attracts a lot of international visitors, and it's been a real boost for West Belfast and for the city, because it is actually spread out. So I mean, I see all that as a good thing, and I just think it is.
No, we've had sort of very useful involvement with the Belfast Festival as a failure as well. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you, Leslie Cree.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you very much. You listened carefully and cover most of the points. I think it's quite often better to listen. You may learn, and on the other hand, you may not. But just looking at your income and expenditure account, there were three things sort of stood out for me. The first one was, and I'm interested to hear your comments around this, that the actual box office is down dramatically. You know, from 280,000 down to 70, if you like.
13, 14.
You know, yeah. Keep in mind, in the 2012.
That says a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, the 2012-13 festival, it was the 50th year, and we had something like 185 events that
Special year, was it?
So yeah, so it was much, much bigger. I mean, the year afterwards we had 84 events. It was 100 events less. In 2014 we had 110 events. The 50th year, because it was the 50th year, it was a much, much bigger event. And that's reflected in some of those. There's a number of very big events as well as part of that year, because it was the 50th year, and that's reflected in some of those figures.
Right, that would sound like a good answer. But then, if you take again the 13-14 year, which is a much smaller festival, the actual pay is doubled. Why would that be for a much smaller festival?
Off the top of my head, I can't answer that question. I'm not sure.
It goes from 144 to
Sure. Yeah. No. See the figures here. I mean, whenever because we had a significant deficit in 2012-2013, we kept a very close eye on the 2013-14 year and kept it as a much smaller event in order to ensure that the finance is balanced. And you shall see at the bottom line, it made a surplus. And this was in the context whenever we were beginning to face some significant questions from our Senate about the sort of the whole thing, and that can make it work. But with a much smaller event, then as the report that was carried out for the stakeholder group identifies, once the festival shrinks, then it becomes much less of an international event. So you can make it work financially, but the cost of that potentially is that the people we have working for us who have the potential to do amazing things don't have the resource to do that.
Well, it's just those two ratios are interesting and in fact in direct contradiction.
Sure. Yeah.
But, the big issue, of course, was the grant down 25%.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was the point whenever pressure started to come significantly in terms of the level of sponsorship we could identify. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed for your presentation and for answering the questions.
Thank you.
100,000 in pay.
I don't think there's anything we need to follow up on from that particular presentation. I'm sure members are happy enough with that. Brings us then to the briefing from the Safety Technical Group regarding Casement Park. And there's the clerk's memo at page 228 regarding Casement Park. We'll also highlight to members further correspondence from the Moorland and Owen Vara Residents Group, ORA, regarding the committee's meeting last week. The members heard from the Permanent Secretary, the Deputy Secretary and the Stadia Redevelopment Project Manager. The correspondence can be found at page 101 in table papers, and it deals with the various iterations of the business case for the Casement Park Stadium rebuild, particularly focusing on capacity, but also providing some information about safety deficiencies identified in the existing stadium. Correspondence from the department can be found at page 7 in table papers regarding the Stadia Redevelopment STG. The letter deals with the minutes themselves, discrepancies around these, and disagreements around what was said by attendees. These are highlighted in the table. The paper confirms that DCAL has only recently established terms of reference for the STG, and those are included in Appendix C. Appendix A is the minute of a meeting between Sport NI and the department regarding the STG in December 2014. While Appendix B is a clarification from Sport NI around the lack of terms of reference for the STG, Appendix D is correspondence around corrections to the STG minute of the 31st of May 2013. Appendix E deals with corrections to the STG minute of the 5th of September 2013. Appendix F contains the STG minutes received by the department on the 27th of April, and Appendix G those received on the 20th of April. Can I say just, and I'm sure members will take note of it, that the committee's focus is around safety and around ensuring proper planning around the stadium's evacuation. Members are not seeking to make any judgments on what the capacity of the stadium should be. The focus is very much on those issues around safety and ensuring that there's proper planning for the evacuation of the stadium in the case of emergencies. So that is just in terms of preparatory comment. Paul Scott, the chairman of the Safety Technical Group in Sport NI, is going to come and make a presentation. Oh, sorry, yes. You also got there a paper there, which was given out, which was handed round, but it's from Paul Scott, who's going to speak to us, and then also maps been handed round. Well, maps have been handed round as well. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Can I just make a point? There is an awful lot of information, and we've received it, and it may not be possible for us to give this the attention it deserves.
No, I know, I appreciate that, and I think, I mean, I share your view there that when I started to look through the amount of paperwork it's
massive.
Large. What we'll do, I think, is we'll hear the presentation and then reflect on the best way to deal with it. Yes, until we've had that, it's hard to make an assessment, but I share the point. Okay. Well, Mr. Scott, you're very welcome to the meeting. What I would suggest is that you make an opening statement, and after that, then we'll have opportunity for questions. And again, just reminding members that the committee agreed to seek a briefing from the chairman of the STG with regard to the role and the remit of the STG, the role that it has and the remit in the redevelopment of the stadia, and in particular Casement Park. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for the opportunity to give you the information. I have issued some packs and maps, and indeed there's probably a bundle. Did you get a bundle, sir? Peter?
In a folder.
That's coming next, Chair. That's
okay.
Yes, my apologies. I have had less than a week to prepare for the meeting, and there will be some typos. There will be some spelling errors. Sadly, it's a reflection on being up to all hours trying to get the information to the committee. And my apologies, it really was only finished last night. As I say, it was really only last weekend whenever I have some information. Believe me, there's a pile that high. I had hoped to go right through, but this would probably take half an hour, and I would have hoped would have answered most of the members' questions, and certainly would have...
if you want to go ahead with whatever.
Sorry?
If you want to go ahead with whatever your presentation you have.
Okay, thank you. Yes, okay. My name is Paul Scott, and I am presently employed by Sport Northern Ireland as the manager of the Safety Compliance Unit. This was previously known as the overseeing body, or on occasions the overseeing function. So whenever you say overseeing body or overseeing function, it is now called the Safety Compliance Unit. And this unit oversees the implementation of the safety of sports grounds legislation in Northern Ireland, and we do this on behalf of DCAL. I have a primary degree in environmental health science, a postgraduate certificate in health and safety law and practice, a postgraduate diploma in acoustical engineering, and a postgraduate certificate in safety training. I was a health and safety inspector for 21 years, and during this time I was seconded to the Health and Safety Agency. At that time it was the body that provided advice to government, and I was seconded for a year to prepare a report on a review of the legislative controls at sports grounds in Northern Ireland, which actually is the basis of the safety of sports grounds legislation. I was also one of the consultees in assisting in the drafting of the Guide to Safety at Outdoor Events, and this is the document which is really the bedrock for guidance for outdoor entertainment events in the United Kingdom. I was also a consultee in the drafting of the legislation relating to entertainment's licensing in Southern Ireland. I am a member of the Core Cities Group, and the Core Cities Group is a body that meets twice per year, and it involves those who regulate and are involved with the management of the larger stadia in Great Britain. I was seconded to work with Sport Northern Ireland to assist with the drafting of the Safety of Sports Grounds Order and associated implementation arrangements before commencing permanent employment with them as the manager of the Safety Compliance Unit. I was the chairman of the working group that developed the Northern Ireland Guide to Safety at Sports Grounds, known as the Red Guide. I have acted as the event controller and safety advisor to many of the larger events hosted in Northern Ireland, including the MTV Awards, the Tall Ships Festival, the Giro d'Italia, Carl Frampton fight at the Titanic Slipways, and latterly the crashed ice event outside. My apologies for those of you who were held up going to work. Okay, so the red guide and the green guide. Well, the green guide is the bedrock document for safety at sports grounds in GB. And it was developed by the Football Licensing Authority, now known as the Sports Ground Safety Authority. The Northern Ireland Guide was introduced just as our legislation was kicking in, and it is largely based, and the two are very similar. There are some differences, but mostly it is very, very similar. This was based on the 4th edition of the Green Guide, but there's subsequently been a 5th edition issued. Again, not a lot of changes, but some subtle changes. And I suppose at this point I would like to sort of explain the concept of an 8-minute emergency exiting time to a place of reasonable safety. It is believed that during exiting from a large event, after 8 minutes, if people are not in a free-flowing situation, they become agitated and panic sets in. And this has been came from work throughout the world, and a lot of work actually done in the London Underground system. But 8 minutes would be the time whenever everybody should be able to reach a place of relative safety at a stadium. And a place of relative safety could be outside of the stadium, or it could be in a protected corridor or concourse, which is free-flowing. And essentially that means that people are moving at 82 persons per metre per minute. The figure used to be 109, but it was seen that that would only work for a stadia of about 5,000 to 8,000. Once you go much over that capacity, there seems to be a tipping point, and 82 persons per metre per minute seems to be. So whenever you're calculating an emergency exiting capacity, you multiply 8 by 82 by the width of the exit. And that is, and perhaps if I could refer you to the drawings, which I thought I had copies of, but if you look at the first, the top drawing, smaller, thank you very much, sir, you will see a schematic of Casement Park, and you will note that there's practically 45 metres of exiting onto the Andersonstown Road, and that will provide an exiting capacity of people who can leave the venue of 29,000, almost 29,500. At present, and in the proposals that we have seen to date, there are 2 side exits, one to the Owen Vara, or the country side of the ground, which is approximately 10 metres wide and with an emergency exiting capacity of 6,560. And on the other side, on the city side or the moorland side, it's slightly bigger and there's an emergency exiting capacity of 7,216. Now, to that, many people would say, and I would agree with them, that if there's a protected corridor going to one of those exits, then that will increase the exiting capacity, and probably by about 2,000, maybe slightly over that, if the concourses are properly designed. Whenever we're looking at a venue and we're looking at somewhere like Casement Park, there are really 3 issues which we had. First 2 are linked, but the guidance would say that there should be a sufficient number of exits in suitable locations, and that would generally mean that the exits are distributed around the perimeter as far as possible for a venue. Also, there should be a zone, an outer circulation zone outside of the venue, and this is all referenced in the Green Guide, so there should be an outer circulation zone. Now, at many venues, and particularly in an urban environment, the outer circulation zone has proved hard to attain, and thus it's much more important that we do have appropriate exits set at suitable locations right around the venue. The guidance will also say that the pitch should not form part of emergency exiting calculations, so we can't put people on the pitch and leave them there. And that is because once we hit 8 minutes, there's the potential for panic to set in. So you've got a lot of people in a non-controlled area, and if they panic, they will head towards the exits, which are already at capacity. And if we look at many of the disasters, either at sports grounds, concert sites, or wherever, it is the crushing and panic that kills people rather than the fire or the fight or the structural collapse. And we need very much to be mindful of that. I'm now going to maybe address the first of your questions, the background to the establishment of the safety technical groups. After the Northern Ireland Executive decided not to proceed with building a stadium at the Maze Long Kesh site, a decision was taken to build or renovate 3 separate stadia for soccer, rugby and Gaelic sport. And there were approximately £110 million of detailed funding was earmarked for the programme. The preferred option for the venues were the refurbishment of Windsor Park, the refurbishment of Ravenhill and the demolition and rebuilding of Casement Park. In 2009, Sport Northern Ireland were asked to prepare a business case, and so engaged McClure Waters to develop an outline business case with respect to the regional stadia development. I was one of the consultees to the outline business case and was asked to comment on the ability of the existing Casement Park site to accommodate a venue with a capacity for approximately 40,000 people. I advised that there would be enough space for the structure, but there would be problems with exiting and emergency exiting. I advised that houses would have to be demolished to facilitate these issues, and noted that at another stadia in Great Britain, the purchase of adjoining properties had been problematic. And they would refer to a document which sadly you haven't got, but it's page 23 in my bundle here. And I'll give you an extract from the outline business case. And there they looked at the current efficiency at the ground, and they stated all the entrances and the majority of exiting is at the Andersonstown Road end, and that we should explore maximising and increasing the exit routes to Owenvara and Moorland. And I was asked about the impact of the impending safety at sports grounds legislation, and I advised a reduction in capacity was likely because of the exiting issues. I would continue the current efficiencies, and I said, location. This will always be a challenge with a large number of people discharging onto Andersonstown Road at the end of a fixture. New stadia require 360-degree exiting, but existing old stadia can stay as was. And I then commented there would be the potential for a capacity reduction due to the safety factor and resulting congestion. I did not receive a copy of the finalised report. I wouldn't have expected to. I was just brought in to provide comment on potential safety issues. As you see, my advices were reflected. I have subsequently spoken to one of the consultants involved in the drafting of the online business case, and he clearly remembers that I expressed concern regarding exiting and emergency exiting, and that I did advise that houses would have to be demolished to facilitate exiting and emergency exiting. This gentleman is prepared to confirm this to the committee or to any other body as necessary. In the summer of 2012, I was asked by Noel Malloy, the Programme Director of the Regional Stadia Development Project, to provide advice to DCAL regarding the design proposals submitted by the respective architects in relation to the safety and operational issues. I was also told that my point of contact would be the DCAL architect, Carl Southern. And I would refer the committee to a bundle, and my apologies, there's only one bundle and you won't be able to see it, but what I am saying can all be referenced back to documents, emails, statements, meeting notes, etc. And under the section entitled Casement, Carl Southern states, in due course we will seek a written sign-off as a key conditional approval by the Sport NI overseeing body, now the Safety Compliance Unit, to the stage design reports. This is in recognition of its specialist role in leading the integrated view on safety, public order issues and licensing on behalf of the PSNI and Belfast City Council respectively. That document is in the bundle which I have left in. Now, due to the size and scope of the Stadia projects, it was agreed with DCAL in late 2012 that I would establish a safety technical group for each of the 3 Stadia venues. This was to ensure the technical expertise of the key statutory bodies were considered before any sign-off of the design from a design perspective. And the composition of the STGs, I think, Chair, you wanted some information on that. I, at present, chair the safety technical groups for the 3 stadia. And the groups will include representation from the PSNI, and that will be an operational planning officer. From the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, that will be again an ops planning officer. From the Fire and Rescue Service. From Belfast City Council, being the certifying authority, and the certifying officers sit on the and we also involve the safety officer from each of the stadia which were going to be renovated, and also the technical officer from Sport Northern Ireland. Initially, DCAL attended the STG meetings as observers. However, in and around the spring of 2013, DCAL advised they no longer wished to attend and no longer required the minutes. They only wanted the interim report and the final report. Each stadia has its own safety technical group, as there were different individuals involved with each of the projects. At that time, for example, there were different police officers involved with East and South Belfast and North and West Belfast, as well as different safety officers for each of the stadia. I go on to the role of the safety technical group, which again I think was one of the chairman's questions. Whilst no formal terms of reference were provided by DCAL on the establishment of the STGs, it was agreed that the role of the STG was to review the design drawings and provide confirmation that the design proposal had the potential for the safe capacity of the venue to reflect the design capacity. I was asked by DCAL how would I go about setting up an STG. I came back the next day with the proposals. They agreed, said they would send us terms of reference. Then they asked could they be an observer, which they did for a time before deciding they no longer wished to be involved, other than receiving the reports. We asked for terms of reference from the department on 2 occasions, but they never materialised. Again, I would refer you to comments from DCAL on page 61 of the bundle, and again would apologise that due to time constraints and resource constraints I just could not progress any further. There was an understanding that the process would be as follows. The design architects would prepare drawings for each of the respective venues and forward them to DCAL. DCAL would forward these documents to me at Sport NI. These documents would be distributed to the respective members of the particular STG electronically. An STG meeting would be convened to discuss the drawings, and we would provide comment to DECAL based on the technical and professional advice around the table. DECAL would then forward the comments to the design team. The design team would amend the drawings based on the feedback from the STG and would then forward revised drawings to DECAL, who would in turn forward these on to the Safety Technical Group. This process would continue until resolution was sought. Once the design now, I would have to say, once DECAL had been advised of the comments by the STG, the meeting notes or minutes of the previous meeting became somewhat redundant because there were now new drawings. So there was no point raking over the drawing because the comments on the previous set, because we now had revised drawings before us for our consideration. We were then advised, once the design had been agreed, planning permission would be sought. Once planning permission had been granted, a design and build contractor would be appointed. They would be permitted to make changes to the design with the approval from DECAL, but DECAL would once again rely on the technical expertise of the STG to agree any changes of the design from a safety aspect. And I would refer you again to a letter which is contained in the bundle, and this letter is from Rosalie Flanagan, who at the time was the Permanent Secretary of DECAL and is dated the 8th of October 2012. The letter thanks me for my professional input during the design development of the stadium. With respect to the Windsor Park, the letter states, "It is essential that when the Department approves this design to go forward for planning, we have confirmation from the Sport Northern Ireland overseeing body, now the Safety Compliance Unit, PSANI and Belfast City Council, that all relevant and reasonably foreseeable safety scenarios have been considered and anticipated within the design, and importantly, that the overall physical design is capable of achieving full spectator capacity within future venue certification." I would assert that Ms Flanagan's statement in this letter applies equally to the design of Casement and indeed Ravenhill, and the STG were under the impression that planning permission would not be sought on the designs until after they had been agreed with the group. Excuse me. Whilst the officers of Belfast City Council who will draft the safety certificates for the 3 stadia are on their respective STGs, the role of these officers is somewhat distinct and separate from the safety certification processes that they will engage in later. One of the primary purposes of embarking on the STG process is that DECAL would be provided with reasonable assurance that the design capacity will be or will be close to the safe capacity, and they would get this assurance at an early stage in the design process. This is to ensure that the stadia is fit for purpose at an early stage before significant public funds were spent, for example on planning permission or on further design costs. I go on to how we calculate the capacity of the stadia. Last week, DECAL were advised of how the capacity is calculated by DECAL. This does not actually accurately set out how you do this, how you undertake this process. The first step in the process was not was explained to the MLAs, and that is that we. You were explained about the S factor and the P factor, which is the safety management factor, which relates to stewarding, the CCTV, etc., and the P factor, which really relates to things like the strength of railings, height of steps, etc. But the first step which you do before you do any of this is you calculate the entrancing capacity, the viewing capacity, the exiting capacity and the emergency exiting capacity, and you do that based on guidance in these 2 documents, which are essentially one and the same. And then you take the lowest of those figures, and that becomes your baseline.
Can I just check, just for the reference, that what are those two documents?
One is called the Guide to Safety at Sports Grounds, which is the UK version. This is the Northern Ireland Guide to Safety at Sports Grounds. This document was based on the 4th edition of this one, and will be when we will catch up. But they are there are differences, but not terribly many. So before we do anything, we take the lowest of those, and indeed it will be explained later. We cannot get information. We have been unable to obtain information from DCAL despite asking for well over a year. But based on our observations, the the emergency exiting capacity we would regard as somewhere between 14,000 and 18,000. It will depend on some of the finer detail, and that would be the base for assessing, and that can be confirmed in Annex A of both the Red Guide and the Green Guide. So there may be further reductions, hopefully not because of the P factor or the S factor, if that was considered to be less than optimal. And the safe capacity can also be amended subject to observations made at match days. Again, I'll advise that from the guidance, using the guidance and referencing that against drawings submitted to us, that there were 3 things which really struck us, in that there wasn't a sufficient number of exits in suitable locations, that there wasn't an outer circulation zone, although that was not a game stopper, but it meant we had to pay more attention to the exiting. And there was a proposal to have somewhere in the order of 7,000 to 8,000 uncovered seats to the north end of the ground. This is a practice which is greatly discouraged in these 2 documents.
Sorry, could I just pause for a moment? It's been brought to my attention that there's some live broadcasting. That is not apparently permitted. I'm advised.
Yeah.
So if you could just whatever is required to do to turn that off.
Turn it off BBC.
Okay. And broadcasting. Yes. Okay. That will. Sorry, Paul, for the disruption there.
My apologies for the length, but
no, it's okay.
I think it sets out everything in an orderly fashion. And so last week, DCAL equated the certification process for the safety certificate of casement with that had happened at Ravenhill. At Ravenhill and at Windsor, the STG could always see how emergency exiting could be achieved for the design capacities. This is not the case for the Casement Park proposal. I and the Safety Technical Group are concerned that if the Andersonstown Road exits become unavailable due to an emergency situation, for example, one of the following events occurring: a road traffic accident, a serious criminal incident, a gas leak, maybe a fire in a building to the front of the road, a security alert, etc., then 38,000 spectators at a capacity match would be required to exit via the 2 relatively small exits to the Owen Vara and Moorland Drive, which ultimately leads to Moorland Park. These side exits are small and in many cases lead back onto the Andersonstown Road itself. And this would certainly, if we are trying to get 38,000 people out through exits which are really only suited for 14 to 18,000, we have a problem. These concerns have been shared with DCAL from a very early stage. The first meeting of the Casement Park Safety Technical Group was held on the 11th of February 2013. Our concerns on this issue were shared soon after this meeting, and I would refer the committee to documents in the bundle, which include an email dated the 20th of February, and emails exchanged around the 5th of March, an email sent on the 11th of April 2013 and notes of an STG meeting on the 12th of April with DCAL in attendance. The first official, or the first interim Casement Park STG report was forwarded on the 12th of September 2013. The report advised that as 72% of the exiting was to be located on the Andersonstown Road, care must be exercised in the development of an emergency exiting strategy. The report highlighted that a carefully worked emergency exit plan must be developed and detailed in the management plan. It recommended that consideration be given to the provision of an additional exit route to the south-east of the stadium. And if you look at the bottom right, you will see that there is a cul-de-sac which comes up and it goes right to the edge of the property of Casement Park. There used to be, I am told that there used to be a gate there. It certainly would not involve knocking down houses, just merely part of a wall. That would provide some additional exiting. It would not address the problem, but it would be useful and would help. This was highlighted in a revised Casement Park STG report that was issued to DCAL at a meeting on the 16th of October. Key extracts from the report are as follows. As stated above, the layout of the stadium has required considerable thought to be expended in developing the exiting arrangements. Given the distribution of the exits, a carefully worked emergency exiting plan must be developed. This should be detailed in the management plan. Should a situation arise resulting in the loss of exits to the Andersonstown Road at a larger fixture, there will be limited exiting available via the exits to Owenvara Park and to Moorland Drive. Although there may be an extended period of time available to effect the emergency exiting process, there would be the potential for panic or crushing. It is therefore important that crowd management procedures are in place and suitable and safe exit routes are identified to facilitate the process. Consideration should be given to the provision of an additional emergency exit route to the south-east corner to increase the emergency exiting capacity of the venue. The emergency exiting arrangements have the potential to impact on the S and/or the P factor of the stadium. The emergency exiting strategy should be developed as soon as practicable and submitted to the STG for comment. The strategy would identify any structural changes that were required to increase the flow capacity of the emergency exiting system. This is of particular importance as the strategy will have a significant impact on the S factor and thus the safe capacity of the stadium. And this document is in the bundle. Since the Casement Park STG report in October 2013, further drawings have been provided to Sport Northern Ireland on the 11th of April 2014. These drawings showed that, I would also have to say that the drawings were actually prepared some months before that. But these drawings showed that houses would have to be demolished and additional land purchased to facilitate additional emergency exiting. However, even in with these additional measures, the emergency exiting capacity would appear to be significantly less than the design capacity. In any event, I am led to understand that there is a reluctance to purchase the houses and land as would be necessary to implement these further designs or further design changes. To date, no further drawings have been forthcoming on the Casement Park project from the design architect Populous. Last week, DCAL advised the committee that the design proposals would provide for a venue in compliance with recognised guidance in normal operation and suggested that concerns of the STG to an escalating emergency situation with numerous incidents A to E occurring. This is not the case. It is agreed that exiting can be achieved under normal operation conditions. However, it would only take one, not 5 incidents on around the stadium, and if that incident were to be on the Andersonstown Road to the front of the stadium, that would render all or some of the exits in that area unusable, and at a well-attended fixture, this could lead to an extremely dangerous situation, placing spectators at risk. It was also proposed by DCAL that a risk-based approach should be adopted to the design of casement. And DCAL advised this on the 23rd of this month, this day last week. The Casement Park STG agrees that there is a merit in adopting a risk-based approach to the design of the stadium. It is possible to deviate from the contents of the Green Guide or the Red Guide. However, an equal or greater degree of safety must be provided, and this is contained in the Green Guide, paragraph 1.7, and in the Red Guide introduction, part G. Sadly, DCAL have failed to provide the STG with an emergency exiting strategy, despite repeated requests. And samples of these requests are contained in the bundle, such as an email on the 5th of March, the 11th of April, the 22nd of April, etc., etc. An emergency exiting proposal forwarded to Sport NI recently by the design and build contractor shows a much lower degree of safety than that advocated in the Green Guide. And bear in mind, without the outer circulation zone, it is even more important that the exiting is suitable. Just some current observations of the STG encasement. Should the stadium be constructed in accordance with the present design proposals, then, in the view of the STG, it would not be in compliance with the content of the Red Guide, Green Guide. There are issues about emergency exiting, absence of an outer circulation area, and also issues with regard to uncovered seating. And again, I would refer, particularly the emergency exiting presents a serious risk to spectators in certain circumstances. It is, of course, accepted these circumstances may never come to pass, or that they could at the first match. You just don't know. There was one Hillsborough incident, and we've seen the consequences of that. It's better to design properly, and rather than to hope. As I say, based on my calculations, the exiting to the two sides would provide somewhere of the order of 14,000 to 18,000 collectively, significantly below the design capacity of 38,000. And these figures assume that the roadway in and around Casement Park are kept free from parked cars and indeed moving cars. A roadway with moving traffic cannot be considered as a place of reasonable safety or even final safety. And we have raised concerns about parking and the need for parking not to be permitted for larger matches. DCAL advised us that no one should be made aware of this until planning permission was received. The Populist Design Team share the STG concerns about the safe capacity, and I would refer the committee to another document in the bundle, and this comes from Charles Cook, who was the design architect. He provides the following comments to minutes of a meeting that was held on the 11th of April. CC, Charles Cook, queried the suitability of the site based on the assumption that Andersonstown Road was closed and the site would need to be evacuated via the two narrow rear side exits. Based on the 21 metres of exit width provided by the side exits, regardless of the stadium design, the site could accommodate 13,776 people. Or if the site accommodates 38,000 people, it will take 22 minutes for those people to evacuate through those exits. I believe it's maybe a little bit conservative, but certainly this is the designer architect, and again showing that 38,000 is going to be very, very challenging. There was a dispute as to whether those comments were made at the meeting, and but Mr. Cook has added, is clearly concerned about the safe capacity. The comments don't actually appear in the meeting record, but they do appear on Mr Cook's comments with regard to the meeting record, so he is clearly concerned. On the 17th of June, myself and Laura Strong, who is our technical officer, attended a meeting with DCAL, the GAA, and Mr Oran McCluskey from the Buckingham Group, or the Buckingham Heron Group, who are the design and build contractors for the casement project. Mr McCluskey asked if the pitch could be used as a place of safety and was advised that this could not be included in the calculations for the safe capacity, as this would clearly be in contravention of the Green Guide Chapter 10, including 10.9, and that's on pages 5 and 6 of the bundle, and indeed contraventions of Chapter 9 of the Red Guide. And the documents are available. On the 15th of October, Sport Northern Ireland again met with the Heron Buckingham Group to discuss proposals for emergency exiting. They suggested in an emergency situation, exiting could be controlled through holding arrangements or phased evacuation. This would mean that, for example, that they would pick one stand and say, stand A can evacuate now, stands 2, 3 and 4, please just wait your turn. All the documents that you will read on psychology of crowds, people, and particularly with social media, information and on occasions wrong information, people will see and will panic. And as I said before, it's certainly the incident provides problems, but the bigger problem is the panic and the resulting crushing, and this has been shown time after time. There's also an extract contained in the bundle, which is a report issued by the Heron Buckingham Group on the 26th of November. And it was basically saying that the evacuation, should the exits on the Andersonstown Road not be available, they may require up to 29 minutes to evacuate the stadium. Interestingly, at this meeting, the Buckingham Heron Group advised Sport Northern Ireland they had been advised by DCAL to meet all of the organisations represented on the Safety Technical Group separately and not as a group. This advice was confirmed by a senior DCAL official to Sport Northern Ireland on the 12th of the 11th, 14. And I hope this is not the case that DCAL are attempting a strategy of dividing and conquering. DCAL advised the committee on the 23rd of April that there was a possibility of the GAA agreeing to a stadia design with a reduced capacity. I, or the Safety Technical Group, are unaware of this development, and I understand that the GAA were insisting on a 38,000-seater stadium, and I refer you to an Irish News article on the 24th of April 2015, which is also contained in the bundle. If the GAA agreed to a stadia with a reduced capacity, a new design proposal would need to be submitted to the STG. To avoid a situation as before, I would recommend that the STG agree the design proposal before planning permission is sought or any revised designs forwarded. I'll come on to re-energising the casement STG. DCAL advised the committee on the 23rd of April that they would like to re-energise the Casement Park Safety Technical Group. The Director of Participation at Sport Northern Ireland has advised me that DCAL proposed to appoint a new chairman. I would be removed as chair and extend the membership to include more DCAL officials. The proposal, as I understood at the time, it would be chaired by the DCAL Stadium Team Technical Officer. Further, it is proposed that the appropriate quorum is 3 STG members plus DCAL. Firstly, I do not believe that there is any justification for DCAL seeking to remove me as chair. I consider that I have acted appropriately throughout. The STG is a reactionary body. We respond to... yes?
Sorry, that's deviating away from what we're here for. That's a personal opinion.
Well, we've asked someone to come and
the question was asked last week.
Make a
presentation.
That's a different thing than the presentation, Chair. That's a personal opinion.
And there are lots of things that we're told that are opinions. It's just a matter of we'll hear and then we'll interrogate afterwards.
We're getting drawn into something here. You know?
We are.
I think we should stick to the present.
I think the issue of stadium safety is hugely important, and we've been reminded already of one tragedy in GB where there was a serious loss of life. We want to make sure that any stadium development in Northern Ireland is safe, and therefore it's important that we hear all of the evidence. So I'll ask Mr. Scott to continue.
New drawings are a robust emergency exiting demonstrating how the current design plans can meet the safe capacity need to be submitted to it before it can review documents and provide an opinion. These have not been forthcoming for Casement Park. Secondly, I would have concerns that the new arrangements would affect the independent nature. We're supposed to provide independent advice to DCAL, and further pressure may be brought to bear on members of the STG to sign off designs that are not in keeping with the Green Guide and have the potential to place spectators at risk. I also understand that there has been a suggestion from DCAL that all of the members of the STG must sign a confidentiality agreement. Such an agreement has never been required before. I would be concerned about why DCAL feel at this juncture such a measure is now required. There was some talk last week on a second opinion on Casement Park. Sport Northern Ireland has spoken to the Safe Sports Grounds Authority, the SGSA, formerly the Football Licensing Authority, in relation to Casement Park. The organisation is an arm's-length body of the Department of Culture, Media and Sport in Great Britain and is internationally respected. It is the author of the Green Guide and related documents, and as I said, the Red Guide is based on the Green Guide. Sport NI works closely with this organisation, and they have offered to provide a second opinion regarding the design proposals for Casement Park. The GAA were offered the opportunity of the Safe Sports Grounds Authority to review the drawings. The GAA wrote to Sport NI on the 5th of December 2014, advising that it had not been agreed that they had not agreed to an independent assessment of the design proposals for Casement Park. I am at a loss as to why the GAA or DCAL appear to be reticent with regards to such a move. If DCAL and or the GAA have concerns about the STG's opinion on Casement Park, then a second opinion from the Sports Ground Safety Authority is the most logical and appropriate step. They are experts in their field, have knowledge of the Green Guide, are independent and are outside of the local jurisdiction. Last week, there was a comparison drawn between Casement Park and the Titanic slipways. DCAL noted during their address to the committee that large numbers of patrons have attended concerts and other events on the Titanic slipways, and thus a similar approach should be taken to spectators attending events at Casement Park. It is not correct for DCAL to draw comparisons from these two very different venues. Firstly, the Titanic slipways is an open site. It is not surrounded by seated viewing decks. Indeed, a different guidance document, the one we referred to earlier, the Guide to Outdoor Events, is the applicable document. Secondly, the safe capacity for the Titanic slipways is approximately half of that proposed for Casement Park. And finally, there are 4 exit routes, each of similar capacity, to provide exiting from the Titanic site. STG meeting notes. DCAL advised the committee on the 23rd of April of their concerns regarding the delay in receiving minutes or meeting notes from the STG. Initially, DCAL were present at the STG meeting and received minutes in a timely manner. DCAL then advised that they would not be attending STG meetings and did not require meeting notes to be forwarded to them, only interim and final reports. I can confirm that all but the November 2014 meeting, that the meeting notes were provided to DCAL in the summer of 2014, and indeed the November document was forwarded at the time of the meeting or immediately after the meeting. These notes were provided to DCAL at their request in the summer of 2014, prior to the judicial review proceedings into the planning permission for Casement Park. There is an administrative error in relation to one set of meeting notes. The decal official at the Safety Technical Group was incorrectly identified. We had a new member of staff who were taking notes at the time. We were told Member A would be attending, but was unable to do so. Member B attended, but I would apologise for the document. I was advised that the committee hadn't got the meeting notes. I don't know if you've received them as yet,
Yes.
but they are contained in the bundle if the members want to see them. Political pressure being applied to the Casement Park STG and Sport NI. Pressure from both the GAA and DCAL has been applied to me and another Sport NI representative to approve the design proposals for Casement Park. The first incidence of this undue pressure occurred in September 2013 when the first interim STG report on Casement Park was forwarded to DCAL. The report included concerns regarding an emergency exit. A copy of the interim report was returned by email with a number of comments made by senior members of the stadium team at DCAL, including suggests full capacity may not be possible, unacceptable. And the full text and all of the comments are in the bundle. An email was received from DCAL stating the report must be definite in its endorsement and in its present form is at odds with the department's requirements. Sport NI endeavoured to meet the department to explain the concerns of the STG regarding emergency exiting to the venue and in particular the mathematics that underpinned the projected rates of flow and resulting capacities. What were advised by email. We've met, I think we all know what the issues are, and the offer was not taken up. And again, I can refer the committee to documents in the bundle. A series of telephone calls and meetings followed when Sport NI were told to withdraw the concerns of the STG regarding the design proposals. Sport NI met with the GAA on the 15th of October and suggested the option of the route to the southeast. But this proposal was rejected. Members of the STG attended a meeting called by DCAL on the 16th of October 2013 at Causeway Exchange when DCAL were given the final report of the STG, and that is in the bundle. At the meeting on the 16th October, the DCAL and the GAA accused the STG of only raising concerns regarding emergency exiting in recent days and advised that other PSNI officers did not have any concerns regarding the design proposals. DCAL again requested a report that would state the STG agreed to the design proposals. The meeting was very robust, and despite assurances from DCAL that minutes would be provided, including an email to that effect, we are still waiting for the meeting notes or the minutes. I believe that an application for planning permission was lodged and the process to appoint a design and build contractor commenced shortly after this meeting. And despite previous assurances that agreement with the STG would be required before these processes would proceed. On the 18th of December, I was advised by Ms McCune, the then recently appointed CEO of Sport NI, on the concerns of the STG regarding the design proposals for Casement Park prior to a meeting she was to have with DCAL. Ms McCune contacted the then programme director in DCAL and was advised that the issue of emergency exiting had only recently been raised. It had actually been raised orally since December 2014 and in writing since spring 2013.
Just for the record.
Sorry?
2012.
2012, since orally since December 2012 and in writing since spring 2013. That the issue had only, he then went on, the issue had only been raised in passing. The content of the written correspondence, which is in the bundle, will disprove this. And that the stadium should be built as per the current design, with tweaks applied after completion. The shortfall in emergency exiting capacity was in excess of 20,000, and this could not possibly be addressed by tweaks. Ms McCune was also advised of the unprofessionalism and irresponsibility of the chair of the STG. Further meetings and telephone conversations took place when further pressure was applied, including assertions that influence could be applied on senior police officers by DCAL and by the GAA, and that the PSNI opinion on emergency exit would be overturned. DCAL also advised that the other emergency exits would follow the lead of the PSNI, and that Sport NI would be left isolated and would be seen as holding up over 2,000 jobs and preventing the development of a major project. Following a meeting in April 2014, the meeting was actually requested by DCAL, but an hour before the meeting they phoned to advise they would not be attending, and this involved Sport NI, the GAA and the design team, who attended via conference call. Revised proposals were discussed. The proposals included the purchase of land and the demolition of houses, although the drawings were dated May 2013. This was the first time they were being presented, so there's almost a year of elapse. The proposals significantly increased the emergency exiting capacity, but there was still a shortfall. Minutes and meeting notes were distributed, and a dispute arose regarding the content. Sport Northern Ireland and DCAL were on the same side and did not agree with the version of the design team. But the design team did, however, state in an email, and I will repeat again, based on the 21 metres of exit width provided by the side exits, regardless of the stadium design, the site could accommodate 13,776 people, or if the site accommodates 38,000 people, it would take 22 minutes for those people to evacuate through those exits. The email also stated that GAA had confirmed that PS, Paul Scott, was consulted with regard to the suitability of the site prior to the appointment of Populous, and PS had agreed that the site would be suitable for a 40,000 stadium, larger than the current proposed capacity of 38,000. Baffled, well, first of all, I've explained earlier what it actually says in the outline business case and the recollections of the people who developed the business case. Baffled and concerned about the above statement, I spoke to the acting CEO. The CEO was on holiday at the time, and he sent a letter to the GAA asking if the GAA had in fact made such a statement, and if so, on what it was based. And I refer the committee again to pages in the bundle. The response of the GAA did not answer the question, but referred the business case to the discussions of 2009. The response also made a number of accusations about Sport NI officers on the STG. These accusations stated that officers had treated the Casement project differently from the projects at Windsor and Ravenhill. I was very hurt by this comment. I have worked with the GAA officials and have found many of them to be excellent people with a good safety ethos. And I have worked with these people for many years. I have given presentations on safety at Croke Park on several occasions, and I have actually appeared on a video for the GAA with regard to the safety arrangements at Casement Park. And again, I would refer the members to the bundle. Ms McCune and Mr Harkness of Sport Northern Ireland met the GAA to discuss these allegations. However, you will see from the correspondence from the GAA in response to the minutes of the meeting, they do not seem to wish to engage in a proper consultation in a meaningful manner, and I would refer the committee to again, documents in the bundle. The pressure exerted upon me has been so significant that I felt in December 2014 that I had no choice but to raise a complaint of bullying and harassment against DCAL officials with the CEO of Sport Northern Ireland and make a formal protected disclosure to the board of Sport NI. At a meeting in December 2014, the CEO advised Laura Strong, my colleague, and I that she was meeting the acting permanent secretary, Cynthia Smith, who challenged DCAL on the allegations involving DCAL officials and stated the minutes would be provided to us.
Could I just pause one moment here? everything has been
There are, sorry, I have made some corrections to this. As I said, this document was raced out and there were some typos, some spelling mistakes. Which,
my only concern here is that in this part we might be going into an area where there's an ongoing process.
Chair, if the person who's making the complaint wishes to make it public and it's in a written statement that I have, I'd like to hear it. All of these things are for the protection of the individual. The individual is here making comments which I think raise really serious questions, and I'm just saying to you, I think it is appropriate that we should hear it, and I want to hear it.
It may be that we would be better going into a closed session for that small element of it. Members were agreeable to that. Sorry, yes,
I think I've already raised this, and I think if you're going into closed session now, you've already been through this here in open session. Yeah. At some matters which I did raise a concern with earlier on in the report, and I state again that this report has gone into areas in a very early stage that we shouldn't be listening to. We're not saying what the gentleman is saying is wrong, but I don't think it's. We asked for a report on the stadium, and not on some personal things, but we've in this report we have mentioned names, and in other parts of the report refer to A and B. Now, those are the sort of things they got there. So to stop the report now at practically the last page to go into private session after listening to practically 11 pages of it. You go into private session for it all.
Well,
stay in open session.
Well, first of all, there are large elements of this which were simply directly responding to things that we asked for. So we wanted to get clarity around the remit of the STG. We wanted clarity around the membership of the STG. We wanted clarity around how it was set up, how it operated, what it had said, what it had recommended, all of these things, everything about the STG, because that is the core entity as regards decisions about safety of the ground. And as I said earlier, we're conscious, all of us, I hope, in this, that our priority has to be ensuring that the patrons of whatever is built there at Casement Park are not endangered in any way and are given the proper protection, because it would be an indictment of everyone involved, including us in the role that we have. It would be an indictment on everyone if you were to get to a situation where a stadium built that did not meet all of the proper recommended requirements and something happened and a life was lost. That would be disastrous. So we need to make sure that everything around the STG is done properly and in order. And if we're going to do that, we need to understand how it operates. And what we've had up now has been in that regard. I was simply pausing there because we only got this morning. There's a section at the end there that takes us into an area which I'm not entirely sure, because I haven't had a chance to read it fully yet.
Chairman, the point on this, just as colleague has made, is we've been through. I'm sorry, I've got my glasses. I've got glasses on, Oliver. As Oliver said, we've been through this. We're like 4 paragraphs to go. We might as well get to hear a lot. Mr. Scott would be quite entitled to go and talk to the media, make his presentation, make his statements, and then we would get to read about it then and do it. It's in a written submission. It is germane to what's going on. It does raise a lot of questions. I think it was right of you to raise it to us for our consideration, but if you want my view on it, I think you're entirely appropriate to carry on as we are in open session, because there are issues that we do need to discuss.
Well,
Chair,
sorry, yes,
and acknowledge that we've only got this bundle, and Ms McCordy has stated that at the beginning of the beginning of this meeting. But I mean, the whole way through this document, we have been referred to a bundle which we haven't seen, and you allow that to continue. So for the last couple of paragraphs, I would like to hear it as well from Mr. Scott. Might give another chance to come back and address this committee with his concerns, so I would like to hear them today.
Members are of the view that we should proceed. Certainly, that's the view of the committee. Yes.
Can I just make a point? A number of members have referred to the bundle, and they make that point and make a valid point that we haven't seen the bundle. Let's make the bundle public, so everybody can see the bundle.
But we will receive
in
copies.
Due course.
We will receive copies of that. It's now with the.
Sure, we will have
the copy is there. It's with the clerk then at the end of this meeting, and it can then be copied and given to all the members. I don't know what's in the bundle, but whatever is in the bundle has been presented to the committee and will therefore be distributed to members. Absolutely correct. And I appreciate the difficulty that we haven't seen it, and it is a very large bundle of documentation, and it's going to take time for members to read that and digest that. Well, members seem to be of the view, going round the room, haven't heard any dissenting voices that we should proceed. Apologise for stopping, just to make sure that there was agreement on that. Thank you.
Again, my apologies. I'm afraid Laura Strong has been off. I've been unable to attend work with stress for the past number of weeks. And with incident with the stand at Windsor Park, a Grand Fondo and a cup final move to the Oval, you can appreciate the workload, and my apologies for being unable to get this.
No problem at all there. Go ahead.
Okay. I was asked, our Chief Executive asked for a file and supporting documentation, and this was provided to her. A document of almost 100 pages was prepared and provided as requested. After the 20th of the 12th, Laura Strong and I were advised that Cynthia Smith and Antoinette McKeown agreed that the meeting would be informal and that no notes or minutes should be taken, even though the meeting was to address bullying in the workplace and at variance with the policies on bullying. We were, however, given a set of action points that included my removal as the chair of the STG. Just before Christmas, I received a call from a DCAL official. He advised me that he was aware that the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service had received a Freedom of Information request in relation to Casement Park. He asked me to ensure that neither the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service nor any of the other emergency agencies to make sure that they would not answer this request, and indicated that it would reflect very badly on me if it did. I believe that this is yet another example of the undue pressure being asserted on me by DCAL in regard to Casement Park. Further, I believe that it is at DCAL's request that a decision has been made to remove me as chair of the Casement Park STG. Following the issue of a protected disclosure and grievance proceedings, an independent investigator was appointed. The outcome of the investigations, which was communicated to me on the 10th of March 2015, ruled in favour of myself and Laura Strong. I enclose the committee's attention a copy of the investigator's report. On the 10th of March 2015, some 4 months after raising my protected disclosure, my employer, Sport Northern Ireland, acknowledges that the issues that I had raised in relation to Casement amount to a protected disclosure. I enclose for the committee's attention a copy of the letter from the board as to show how they intended to take the matter forward. I wrote to them on the 8th of April 2015. My suggestion was that Sport NI prepare a briefing paper for the CAL committee. I enclosed for the committee's attention a copy of the letter from me to the board. Finally, I am very glad to have this opportunity to voice my concerns before the committee today. With the potential health and safety issues to the public at stake, this is not a matter which should be overlooked or compromised upon. Whilst I accept that the probability of an incident, together with the full capacity attendance at Casement Park, is low, should such an incident occur, the potential consequences to the safety of spectators is huge, one which any reasonable person with an open mind on this issue would see. I say this in light of the present Hillsborough inquiry. only yesterday we have been advised that the terms and conditions, the terms of reference for the safety technical group are to be implemented, and this will involve me being removed from chair and a decal appointee replacing me, that the committee will have several decal appointees on it, and that there will be measures put in place so that freedom of information requests cannot be aired. And bearing in mind that it was through a freedom of information request that the committee learned of the issues. Thank you very much for your patience. I appreciate it was maybe longer than you'd hoped. It included quite a lot.
Go to questions here, and there are a number of people with their names down for questions. I just want to say there was reference there to the bundle of papers, which a copy is there, and various documents that were in that. It would just be helpful if you could just confirm afterwards that everything that you referred to as a document in it was actually in there. If I just confirm that afterwards, I'm sure it is. But
no, I would have to say there are 2 or 3 documents, and again, it was late last night. We were going through it, and the documents that aren't, I can supply within a relatively short period of time.
Right.
But 95% of the documents.
The members, I'm sure, all appreciate the fact with the issues around Windsor Park and difficulties there, and with all of the other major issues that there are in this field, there's a tremendous pressure there on time, and we welcome that, what you've done. Could I start off with Cathal O'Hushin, please?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, because the other members have already expressed there that this is an ongoing process, and there's some information that we were receiving today that we haven't had before, and of course then there are other parties who have yet to do a presentation to us. So I'm very cognizant of all of that, and there, even within the bundle that was referred to there are documents that aren't in that. So I think this is a process that we have to be incredibly careful about, because we don't want to stray into ground that shouldn't be strayed into, as I believe maybe has been today, so thus far. So I had a number of questions there, but I'm going to hold on them, so because I want to see a fuller picture, rather than going into some of the stuff here that may be taken out of context when we're not working with the entirety of the information.
That's fine. If you don't want, we can ask questions again on some other occasion. Okay. Karen?
Thanks very much. Similar to Cathal, but just it was very, I suppose, obvious at the beginning of the meeting, when, by your own admittance, that you had said you'd only had a week to prepare, and if the request to attend this committee in any way has put extra pressure on yourself, you know, as an individual, I notice it's not too often here as a committee that one individual will attend. They're usually accompanied by others. So if that has put any additional pressure onto yourself, that's something that we need to look at, you know, as a committee. But on your own, we've only got this, and thanks very much for it as well. But I suppose at the beginning of it, you said that you were your whole history and quite plausible it is as well. And I'm a lay person, just sitting on the committee that would know very little about health and safety. But it said that you'd worked for Sport NI and all of that, and you're the current chair of the STG. Are you here representing as the chair of the STG? Are you here as Sport NI? Are you here?
I am here as the chair of the STG,
okay.
But I'm also mindful that I'm a Sport NI employee,
okay.
and as the manager of the safety compliance unit is why. So it's a bit of a chicken and egg.
Yeah. Okay. So and on to where Cathal was saying, because this is so, we haven't had an opportunity. Just for clarification, then, that all the views that's expressed here are the views of the STG group, the entire corporate body. Okay, from everybody on it. That's fair enough. Just, there was some talk in the press about the seating capacity of Casement Park. Could you give me the original or the previous safety capacity number of casement?
Well, there were proposals for 42,500, then 40,000. This was way back in 2009 during the outline business case.
No, of the existing, before what could casement hold? What was the number?
Could hold or could safely hold.
Do you mean now?
Safely hold? No, safely. Yeah, no, there's this. Okay, so when you build a house, you have building regulations to follow. It's similar to safety regulations when you're building a stadium,
Existing.
Yeah. So before the proposals come in, Casement Park was there.
It was.
Okay. What was the safety number that could exit Casement then?
That had a capacity of 32,500.
Okay.
But there were significant differences. At that time, as I said earlier, the guidance used indicated that 109 people could pass a given point in a minute. As opposed to 82, which is more than a 20% decrease. In addition to that, it was largely the open air. There was a stand with approximately 1,500 seats in it, but the rest was open air with wide concourses so that the people going and making their way to their concourses in the open air were in a relatively safer situation than they were if they were enclosed in a concourse enclosed by two walls and a roof above them.
Okay. So previous to 2009, 32,500 were seen to exit and leave the, gain access and exit safely to Casement.
No, the biggest attendance that I believe, I could be wrong on this, but would be 24,000 for a Cavan Down match some years ago.
Okay, so, and just another one on that.
Let me just clarify. My understanding is you can have a ground that has seating capacity for 10,000 people, yes, but the certificate might only say 8,000.
Indeed, yes. Because you look at the entrancing capacity, the holding capacity, or the number of seats or standing places, the exiting capacity and the emergency exiting capacity, the lowest of those four form the baseline.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, I hope I haven't lost my train of thought here. I think as well, just because I live in County Down and I'm a Down supporter, I think you'll find that in 1994 there was 41,000 in Casement for the Down Derry game, but I'm stand to be corrected. But just like to point that out.
I was there, sure.
Were you there, sir?
I was there.
So year we won. It was the last time we won the All Ireland. Just
who won it?
Down won it that year.
Yeah, I would, knowing the areas available, etc. I think that figure may be optimistic.
There you go. So anyway, listen. So, what was the safety certificate? What did it state could enter and exit at that time?
32,500 as per the open nature of the site. Yes.
So, are we saying today that that was wrong? That's because we're only saying 14 to 18,000 in your.
Not at all.
Not at all.
No.
Okay.
Because.
And what's the difference in that then?
Right. Okay. There's several requirements. If you've got to reach a place of relative safety within an 8-minute period. That can be outside of the ground, so you may have already exited the venue, or it might be that you are making your way to an exit in an area which does not present a fire risk, and that you can keep moving at 82 persons, at that time 109 persons per metre per minute, but revised guidance advises and puts us in line with European standards. That's 82,000 of people per metre per minute. So you're in the open air. You had an outer circle around Casement Park, a continuous circle. Now, the other requirement is that the exit route does not narrow. And if we look at the current design proposals, there would have been narrowing in the routes, and thus that would have an impact on the numbers who are making their way to the exit. And it really is, if you like, by developing the stadium, you introduce a lot of good things, but not everything that is, because you're now inside, you're not in the open air.
Okay. And just before we receive the bundle, what you've referred to in your presentation, can I ask, are they minutes that have been passed by the group, are they notes, or is it a mixture?
They're meeting notes, except for the last meeting. After DCAL requested all of the meeting notes prior to the judicial review, they advised they would want minutes, and they wanted them as soon as the meetings were held.
So the meeting notes have been signed off by the full,
yes.
safety group.
And,
okay.
But as I explained earlier, we act in response to drawings. So we would make notes on the drawings at the time. They would be discussed very briefly, to be perfectly honest, very briefly at the start of the next meeting, because those notes were on a design which was no longer operative. We now had a new design, and so the bulk of the meeting was spent looking at the new, because the other ones were virtually redundant at that point.
Chair, I don't wish to question or ask any further questions, because I have a suspicion that there's going to be a variance of what was claimed in here today and what others claim, and for that reason I don't wish to pry any further, but thanks very much for your time.
Good. Oliver McMullen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. If the Andersonstown Road is closed, how does that sit with the roads outside Ravenhill? Can they, if something
Yes,
happens
at Ravenhill, well, first of all, we're dealing with a much lesser number. We're dealing with less than half the number.
But the exiting time.
But there are 3 large exits of similar size to different parts of the ground, so therefore Ravenhill can.
Can they exit in 8 minutes?
Sorry?
Can they exit in 8 minutes?
They can go in 8 minutes.
Right.
Or, sorry, not exit. They can either have exited the ground or be making their way to the exit at a rate of 82 persons per metre per minute in a fire sterile route.
That would basically call it a relative
to be perfectly honest, Ravenhill is just about okay. We did recommend that a 4th emergency exit be.
So Ravenhill is just borderline.
It just about gets in.
Borderline be the right word, or is that too strong a word?
Well, it complies.
It complies.
It complies. It would have been. We would have liked to have seen a 4th exit. We were asked, was it absolutely necessary? And we said, well, no, it's not absolutely necessary. And we were told, well, then it's not happening.
But then you have leeway.
There's a small.
If you'd like to see a 4th door, but you were asked, is it necessary? You didn't say no. So there is leeway there then.
Well, what we're saying is that 18,000 people can get out through the existing 3 exit routes.
Yes.
And that, albeit there's not a lot of that, it wouldn't have taken many more.
Who asked for the 4th exit?
Nobody asked for it. We recommended that it would be, because it would future-proof the stadium if there was to be.
And another question is, what, in your opinion, is the GAA's safety record in stadiums across?
The GAA put a great store by safety, and I have been spoken to many's a committee. And I've worked with many officers who are very safety orientated.
The last question is there any stadium you can think of that deviates from your green and red code book?
If they do deviate, then their capacity would be reduced. And we have...
But is there any?
Well, their capacity goes down. Yes, there are deviations, but either they can show an equal or higher level of safety, or the stadium might have the potential to hold, let's say, 20,000, but because of, and there's many stadiums like that, there may be only 17,000 is regarded as the safe capacity.
So none of them have been asked to do that.
Say that again, sorry, I don't understand the question.
There's some interference with the broadcasting. Assuming somebody has phones on or something. Not me, no, I can see, but could all be switched off.
Hasn't done it again.
We were told by one of the designers in a very robust and terse meeting that he was aware of 17 stadia which had an exiting capacity, an emergency exiting capacity in excess of 8 minutes.
That would be outside the red and the green book.
That would be outside. We asked him for to name. He advised he would not name any of the stadia.
Using it. Let's get this correct. How many? What's the figure you stated there?
The contractor said that he was aware that he had built 17 stadia in GB with an emergency exiting capacity well in excess of 8 minutes. I asked him to name one of them. He refused to name any of them. I then contacted Ruth Shaw, who is the Chief Executive of the Sports Ground Safety Authority, and asked her, is this the case? She looked very surprised and said it had better not be the case. She then contacted all of her inspectorate, who went round the larger stadium in GB, and all showed that the 8-minute emergency exiting time could be achieved.
I think on that and other questions I have in mind, I'm reluctant to go any further forward with questions.
Thank you.
There is other ones there, but I think we're in a position now. I think we need to be very, very careful.
Thank you. Next question would be David Hillnich.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Scott, for your presentation here today. It's been, I think, enlightening, boring and revelationary, to be honest, here, because of what we questioned decal officials about last week and the answers which we've received this afternoon. Quite unbelievable, I have to say, and this committee should be taking cognizance of it and actually being quite worried about the situation. But there are a lot of questions I had, Chair, which Mr. Scott has answered in this very detailed paper which he's presented, and I know we have to move on at some stage to try and compare the answers against some of the other information that we have. But Mr. Scott, in relation to the process itself and where the STG sat in the whole thing, for planning permission to be given for 38,000 here, although it went to JR and whatnot and stuff, would it be right in saying the safety certificate then wouldn't have been anywhere near the total?
If Belfast City Council, and I've no reason to think they wouldn't, followed the content of the guide, the department's own guide, and the advice given to the council officers, the certifying officers, by Sport Northern Ireland on behalf of DCAL, the safe capacity would have been well below design capacity, and yes.
Thank you. Well, also, just for clarity, last week, I think it might have been under a question myself, I'm not sure where it was, but we were told that it would take about 5 or 6 incidents in that particular area to cause a problem. I think you're relating to one, is that correct?
That's one. Again, if you want to look at Google Earth, you will see the Andersonstown Road running along the top of the stadium. And therefore, if there was an incident, if it was a serious incident, and incidentally, one of the days that the design and build team arrived was actually the day that the young student had been knocked down outside Queen's Elms the night before. The traffic was chaos the next day. The police closed that section of the road, as they do, as a matter of course. If that were to happen during a big game, the problem isn't only the exits being blocked, but possibly the adjoining Owen Vara and Moorland roads being blocked, in which case everybody would be confined in the street outside, with the only way of getting away from the area down towards the slip roads to the roundabout, which on the M1, which are the middle centre of the Google Earth images which you have. It would not take 5. It will. If one large incident could, if it's a smaller incident, only part of the exits might be blocked, but that still takes the exiting time way over 8 minutes. If the whole lot are blocked, then that could be something as simple as a fire in a house. The other thing to remember is that the RV point, the rendezvous point for the emergency services for an incident in that area, any incident in the area, is here, and this is going to...
Sorry, where's that?
Can you see a red dot?
Yeah.
That's where the RV point for the emergency services are for any type of incident in that area of West Belfast.
Right. Hear me. Again, I did question the official last week about the re-energising the STG as such, and obviously that would give me alarm bells looking at it as a sort of a bystander, independent person. The document you've showed us in relation to what's going to happen, is that a recent document? Is that?
It arrived with us yesterday about lunchtime.
So any allegations that might be in this document has actually now happened?
They're in the process of happening, yeah.
Okay. Chair, I've asked a number of questions, potentially of others, but I think at some stage the seriousness of this situation, we're probably going to have to sit as a committee here to discuss how we're going to take this forward, hazard a guess, but I'm sure others want to ask some questions.
Okay. Councillor McCrae.
Thank you. Part of the theme running through all of this, Mr. Scott, is this suggestion about undue pressure that's been put on you. Would you just like to expand on that?
Well, my colleague has not been able to come into work. She has been seeing consultants, stress experts, etc. Has not been able to come into work past.
The one awkwardness there, the difficulty is around the issue of referring to somebody and their personal
my apologies.
circumstance. And I appreciate it's done out of sympathy for the individual, but just might.
Yeah. I can comment about myself. I have spent many a sleepless night, and I am also seeing a stress counsellor. I have worked for Sport Northern Ireland for something like 13, 14 years. I have not had a single sick day in that time. I had not even seen a doctor in that period of time. I have been to my doctor on several occasions because of the sleeplessness. I was going to say loss of appetite. Sadly, it's the opposite. You constantly feel hungry. You feel agitated. You forget things. It has had... Now, some days there's not a problem. There's days and weeks go by when... but whenever something happens...
I just wanted to talk, Mr. Scott. I mean, I understand that there's great pressure. I just wanted to, if you don't mind, just... So, you feel that there's been undue pressure has been put upon you?
Absolutely.
Is there anything underlying in this? I mean, did you draw up any memos or things yourself to try and summarise these things that are not in the pack?
There are, for example, there is the bullying file.
Was there a memo round about November 2014 that you had sort of pulled together about what was going on, and then maybe there was that came up? There was an FOI for that document.
The major document was done in December.
Yes.
But we had spoken to. I have never been involved in anything like this. Stress situations. And bizarrely, even the big concerts that I have managed, or the big events that I have managed, I don't feel stressed because you know that you have the backing of those that should be supporting you. Yeah. Here, you feel very isolated and very alone.
So I understand that's your concern, and we're sympathetic to any personal circumstances, but there are you've not missed certain people and hit the wall with your document and your submission here. You know, it's been fairly forthright, and as Mr. Hilditch was saying, I think it's really useful that we get to hear this information. But I just wanted to tease out with you, perhaps, were there any other interactions that you might have had, with other people, like the residents' committee or anything like that?
Well, the residents put in an FOI to get information prior to the judicial review. However, we were advised, Sport NI spoke to Decal and were advised that the information was Decal's and the residents couldn't obtain that. The residents subsequently sought a meeting with myself and my director and asked about the content of the green and red guide. We specifically did not reference any stadium anywhere. They just asked about flow rates.
So would it be normal? Would it be normal if you were having meetings with residents that you would be informing people?
Well, see, we don't meet with residents. We deal primarily with the major stakeholders, the fire, police, ambulance, district councils, the clubs, the governing bodies.
Right.
It would be very unusual for us to meet with residents.
Okay. And if you did, you would take a note or let people know, would you? I mean,
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that would be the case. My final question, because like Mr. Hilditch, I could come back, but other people will want to ask questions. There is some discussion when we were getting it from the department about this thing where the safety certificate process is separate from the planning process. In fact, I think they said to us that the stadium at Ravenhill only got its safety certificate a few days before.
Indeed, and that's correct. But we were working with Ravenhill and with Decal right through that process. We could always see, both with Ravenhill and latterly with Windsor Park, how entrancing, the holding capacity, the exiting capacity and the emergency exiting capacity could be achieved.
And your concern with casement is that you thought that couldn't be achieved in the future?
Well, we've asked for a number of months, indeed over a year, for proposals. We cannot see how it can be achieved. Now, that doesn't mean that it can't be, but you have got some people who are very experienced at looking at stadia. In addition to that, we of course would not show architects' drawings to people from the Safe Sports Grounds Authority or the Core Cities Group, but we did schematics and said, look, what do you think here? And to a man or lady, they all said, this just would not be allowed. The capacity would be so far below the design capacity if this building or this structure was to be built in Great Britain.
Well, can I just finish by saying we've built up a picture of what's going on piece by piece.
Surely.
And so we get more of an idea now over the last 2 or 3 meetings that we've had.
Yeah.
And I do appreciate on a personal basis that you come forward to inform us. Regardless of how things work out, it's good to understand what the issues are at stake, and we'll certainly go through those.
I mean, if the members want a talk on flow rates, I'm more than happy to give.
I'm quite sure that the chair will have another. We've only got this. We will want more information. That's very useful.
And in fairness, it has been helpful this morning, even in the short part of the presentation that focused just on that issue about flow rates. Those of us who have no technical knowledge, and that would apply, I think, to most people on the committee, no technical knowledge of this. At least we have some, I'll speak for myself anyway, at least we have some understanding now of the sort of factors that feed into whether a ground is compliant or not. That's been very helpful. William Humphrey.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Scott, thanks for your presentation, which raises more questions than answers, quite frankly. Mr. Scott, why were you appointed Chair of the STG?
Well, I was, first of all, my background as a health and safety inspector, as someone who had been seconded to prepare for government a document on the legislative controls that were in place at present in Northern Ireland. I was initially seconded to Sport Northern Ireland and then given a full-time post. I was a health and safety inspector that was seconded for a day a week, then a couple of days a week, and finally as a full-time employee. So I was then looking after the Safety Compliance Unit, although it was called the overseeing body. It was called a variety of other names, but it's now called the Safety Compliance Unit.
And who appointed you?
It was, well, I was asked by Noel Malloy, who at that time was the Stadia Director for Decal.
Okay. In your paper that's before us, point 7, you make reference to a consultant.
Yes.
Involved in drafting who's willing to confirm. Can I ask who that consultant is?
I can give you a name if the Chair is happy for me to give it.
But if the person is happy to be...
His name is Mark Waters, although it's not the Waters of McClure Waters.
Okay. Right. Can I then move on to point 11, your paper? Initially, Decal attended the STG meetings as observers. However, in and around the spring of 2013, Decal indicated they no longer wanted to attend. Why? do you think?
Well, DCAL would have to answer that, but at that time, DCAL were hearing a lot of things they didn't
And we can ask that, we can put that to them.
Can I then, having looked at the minutes of your organisation from the 23rd of June last year,
Yeah.
and under the heading Presentation on Sport NI Input into Stadium Programme, Mr Scott, you joined the meeting at that point. And you then obviously addressed the meeting. And then what was agreed in your minutes and is on the website, the Sport NI website, and is public knowledge, is that members noted that there are some challenges on the design aspect of casement which centred on emergency exiting. Board members noted that DCAL have been made aware of the issues. Following an in-depth discussion on casement, it was agreed, 1, members would be kept informed of developments. The board are supportive of Sport NI advice in relation to casement as presented by staff. And the third point is, just before I move to the third point, that's the advice you gave at that point in the meeting, yes?
I gave advice. I was told it had to stick to just the issues regarding exiting emergency. We weren't to get into any of the... so I gave a presentation to the board, and the board then made a couple of comments. I left the meeting then.
Right, the final point then was consideration of casement issue is a corporate risk taking into account the specific advice and role of Sport NI. Now, that having been agreed by your board following your presentation, there are a number of questions I think which emerge that cause me concern and are cause, I think, not just for this committee, but in terms of health and safety, and that's what we're talking about here.
We are.
As Mr. Hilditch has readily identified, we're 25 years, I think, after the disaster that was Hillsborough.
Indeed, yes.
And only weeks after what potentially could have been a disaster at Windsor Park. So this is hugely important in terms of taking things forward, because I think you made the point earlier, rather than hoping,
yes,
let's deal with what are facts around the issue in terms of providing the safest accommodation for the patrons who pay to go and watch Gaelic sports, or indeed concerts that may be held in that particular venue.
Yeah.
I have to say,
bigger onus, because this is a venue that is funded substantively by public money.
Yeah.
And I think it puts a greater onus on us to try to make sure we get it right and in accordance with the department's own guidance.
Yep. I asked last week around the issue of the safety technical groups if there were 1 or 3.
There are 3.
Right. I was told I think the committee was told there was 1.
That's correct, yes.
So there are 3.
There are 3.
And
absolutely.
The DCAL officials did not know there were 3.
I can only...
He can't comment.
No,
you're right.
fine.
You're commenting on what was said by last
fair
week comparing with this. That's fine.
And the reason was that at that time the police had 2 different districts in Belfast, the east and the south, where Windsor Park and Ravenhill were located, and west and north Belfast, where Casement Park was located. Also, because we invited safety representatives from the stadia, obviously we couldn't have someone from Ravenhill commenting on Windsor Park or whatever, or vice versa.
In terms of the re-energising of the safety technical groups, it was mentioned by the Deputy Permanent Secretary last week. I have to say I'm appalled to hear that there's going to be a new make-up, and that that new make-up seems to have a weighted majority in favour of DCAL officials. I'm shocked at the level of secrecy that seems to surround it, and that is something that worries me, because, not least because minutes and papers that we have asked as a committee here have been redacted by the department, yet other people having asked for those same documents of, for example, Belfast City Council.
Oh, sorry, just...
Chair, the minutes that we have in the table papers, the only redactions are clerical staff who pass things on and are not germane at all, or the specific cases where individuals who were on the committee asked not to be identified. That wasn't the department's choice necessarily, because they've retired from service.
Well, I welcome that clarification.
The previous one that we had, there were redactions, but the newest
I should point out, Chair, that the people serving in these committees are representing public bodies. and are public servants or civil servants. So I don't understand why those names should be redacted. And when Belfast City Council were putting them into the public domain, they did not do that.
Just to clarify, so when minutes were put out from Belfast City Council, not...
But are you talking minutes generally?
No, I'm talking about the minutes in relation to the...
There seem to be very... Well, we'll get that checked out.
In terms... I mean, do you believe, in short, Mr Scott, having heard what you've said about the STG and its re-energising, are you being sidelined?
Sidelined and gagged.
What? Chair, this is not given protection to this committee.
Document, sir.
Well,
there must be a line drawn here somewhere.
And there's a couple of points.
With respect, Chair, I might say there was no such point raised of criticism when I asked civil servants last week if they were being politically pressurised. No such query or question was issued from across the way.
No, and the reason for
if
that,
I may,
if I can explain that, the reason for that quickly was that we have a different scenario here today. There's different statements in this report today that wasn't there last week, and dare I say, we're in a different...
Chairman, I will deal with what's in front of me.
First of all,
just last week.
Just say, Mullen, there was an account given last week.
Yep.
Another account has been given this week.
I understand that, sir, yeah.
And we will have to look at both accounts and then draw conclusions accordingly.
I'm just, my thing goes back to page 12, and I would ask Mr Humphreys to look at page 12, which is totally different from last week. And the wording in there, in the middle paragraph, 53.
Chair,
okay.
Chair, I think I asked certain questions of the civil servants over here last week as well, and that's what I intend to do. Members have had their opportunity and could ask their questions, and may well want to ask further questions. Can I ask then, in relation to point 45, Mr Scott, pressure from both the GA and DCAL has been applied to me and other Sport NI representatives. Is that the lady you're referring to who's off with stress?
Indeed.
Right. It then goes on to say, a copy of the interim report was returned by email with a number of comments made by senior members of the stadium team at DCAL, including, and suggests full capacity may not be possible. Right. What do you take out of that comment that you've drawn attention to?
I was taking that we were being attempted, rather, to be coerced.
We were being pressurised?
Being pressurised into signing off something that we were singularly uncomfortable with.
And that is exactly how I read it too.
And incidentally, one of the gentlemen has left DCAL and sent me a text more or less apologising for his behaviour at some of the meetings. I can provide a copy of that text.
Okay.
Okay. Right, go ahead. Right.
In terms of the point 50, can I ask who the programme director that you make mention of by position?
That would have been 18th December.
Yeah.
That would have been Noel Malloy.
Noel Malloy, who's since left.
He has subsequently left as well.
Okay. My final question, Chairman, although there are many, many more, is an inclusion in our pack is an Annex A, Appendix A, sorry, is an explanatory note in terms of reference. Page 12 of our pack.
Right, thank you.
Actions agreed on Friday the 12th of December 2015 of the DCAL and Sport NI.
Yes.
It lists the people who are present there.
Yes.
Why were you not present at that meeting if you're the chair of the STG?
This is the meeting of the 12th of the 12th?
12th of December, sorry, 2015, yeah.
2015?
2014, hopefully. 12.
It says here, actions agreed at the meeting of Friday the 12th of December 2015 of DCAL and Sport NI.
That should be the 12th, 2014. Sorry, it's one of the departments.
Just on the record, right. So it's 2014?
Yes.
Okay, the question then remains the same. Why were you not at that meeting?
Our chief executive advised that she was going to challenge DCAL on the allegations of bullying. He asked me to prepare.
Is that?
That's okay.
Let's stop there, because we could get into difficult territory.
Chairman, as I said, I agree with Mr McCorley said earlier. Having had a mountain of paper presented in front of us here today, for me, we've only touched the edge of this issue, and there are more meetings required and more in-depth discussions required in relation to the bundle, as Mr Scott has referred to. And I do think that that bundle is something we need to go through, and we may well need to bring Mr Scott back at some point.
Well, I think there's been a general view across the committee that there are issues and matters that need to be addressed, and it will be done. It will be done in another meeting. Yes, I accept that entirely. Okay, the next person, Gordon Dunn.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Mr Scott, for coming in. I think we all commend you for your courage and your openness and transparency about what has gone on. And we certainly, on this side of the room, appreciate what you've done. And we're here to see that there's openness, that there's accountability, that there's honesty and truth in the business that's done here, and we want to see it carried through. In relation to the project, you're aware of project management. Could you confirm, first of all, who the project manager is for this project?
That's Decal and the contractors.
It's not clear.
No, it's not. It's
outside your remit. So,
yes.
Were you not brought in as part of the project team? The safety group, would it not have been important that the safety group were brought in the early stages of the design?
It would have been useful. In many ways, Decal were getting safety advice from the safety technical group. And then, following concerns expressed, we were then invited to the project steering group. But they would only be, we would have to sit outside. We would be brought in for a short period. And generally, those meetings were fairly confrontational. We would be saying we had concerns about the safety design, and we would it would have been fairly robust. We would have been told repeatedly that we were holding back a project, that for example the police may change their mind and leave us isolated, etc., and then we would be dismissed. There is also a body called the Project Sponsor Board.
Yes. Yeah.
Our Chief Executive would have attended that. Before her first meeting in December 2013, she asked for a report, and that was the last time that she required information before attending one of the meetings. We have been endeavouring to get the minutes of those meetings, and after many requests, we still haven't got them. We would be concerned that the issues of safety were not being properly.
It's my understanding, you know, a public project like that, where public money is involved, where there's safety. In fact, in most projects that I've been involved in, there's an integrated project team, and that start right at the very start of the project, bring in all parties involved, and obviously safety would be part of that. So the safety group that you were part of should have been, in my understanding, involved right from the design, right from the concept of this project. And are you satisfied that that has not been the case, and have you felt isolated almost from that?
Sorry, just pause.
No, sure, no, sorry, go ahead. No, just to indicate.
To indicate, sorry, there was something else. Sorry.
We indicated here that you've been felt isolated, you've been left out, not included, and certainly not been part of a project team. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, well, first of all, we differentiate. Sometimes the health and safety aspect is to do with the health and safety on the site while the project is being built. Our remit was on spectator safety.
So it was important you were in there at the design stage?
Indeed, yes.
And you feel you haven't been?
Well, we were, but we were passing.
Not fully integrated.
We were giving comment.
Not accepted. But not accepted.
But not accepted.
Not accepted. You were not part of any integrated team.
Yeah.
Finally, the plans that had gone through with it and got planning permission, which were obviously rejected through the courts, is it fair to say that they were not signed off by the safety technical group at any stage?
Not at all, no.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate your work you put into it today, and we certainly will be doing our best to fully investigate all the issues that you've raised. Personally, I think you're very courageous, and I hope that you're successful and that you're treated properly and equally, and business is done in such a manner because it's important that it is, and we see transparency and openness carried out throughout every department that this Assembly is responsible for.
Okay, thank you. Rosie McCorley.
And thanks very much for the presentation. And I'd just like to say from this side of the table that we are equally interested in openness and transparency.
New.
Okay, to
That's
accept
new.
it. What's new?
No, just we'll leave that.
You might know too much about that. I mean, I'm the local MLA for West Belfast, and casement is in my area, so I'm hugely concerned about safety issues.
Yeah.
And I mean, I would like to see standards upheld. So I mean, that goes.
And we would be supportive of a good stadium for the GAA. We want a good stadium, but we want a safe stadium, that where GAA spectators are not placed at risk.
Okay, so just in terms of the group, your views, are they reflective of the STG in its entirety? It's just, I mean, reading through some of the paperwork, there were notes and they didn't seem to reach the standard as minutes, and there were inaccuracies and people there who
There was an inaccuracy.
It was a wee bit difficult to give them, to detect authority from them.
Sure. As I was saying earlier, the notes were at a period in time, so we would have commented on these drawings. They would have gone to DECAL, gone to the design consultants, back to us, and we would then hold a meeting. But the notes were now irrelevant because we now had a new design to discuss.
Well, I mean, that's just something that occurred to me, and I just wondered, were these your views or the views of the whole group? The views of the whole group?
The views of the group.
And that's okay.
Yeah, there would be differences from time and discussion, but that was the emerging consensus of the group.
Right, okay. Whenever you were talking about possible scenarios for whenever an emergency might arise, you were saying it could be as simple as a house fire.
Indeed.
So describe how a house fire might affect all of the exits.
Right. If we look at maybe if we look at the Google Earth, if there's a house fire here, the fire rescue service will come and they will endeavour to be putting extinguishing flames and rescuing anybody, and they can't have what would be effectively 27,000 people going through a major incident scene. That just won't happen.
But I mean, if it was say in Moorland, it might affect.
Indeed.
Moorland.
Absolutely. If it was over here, it might affect. It may be able to exit half, but that still puts an emergency exiting time in excess of 8 minutes. It won't be as bad as the 29 minutes, as one set of consultants said, but it might be 15 minutes. But 8 minutes has been fairly accurately, as if it's a universal figure whenever it comes to do people panic, or at what point do people, and the tipping point seems to be around 8 minutes. Okay. So if we go to even 11 minutes, in these situations, a minute is a very long time.
So, I mean, if an emergency occurred in, say, somewhere else like Ravenhill,
we believe the stadium could be safely exited using the other 2 exits.
Right, and you're sure of that? And so if some incident were to happen somewhere and affect that, because you were saying about all 3 exits being affected here, if all the exits were affected at
No, just one exit, just one exit block. At Ravenhill, you have got 3 exits at separate locations. Indeed, there's 4 exits actually at separate locations, although 2 of them are quite adjacent. And if there was an incident at one of those, we would believe the other 2 exits would enable the stadium to be emergency exited in safety.
Okay. Can I ask who signs off on the certificates? Safety certificates.
Safety certificates are drafted and issued by Belfast City Council, but they are based on the information as contained in the Red Guide and on guidance material issued by Sport Northern Ireland on behalf of DCAL.
Okay, so that's where the final decision would
That is where the
be
final
made.
decision would be made if we had concerns about the terms and conditions on the safety certificate. That would be referred by us to DCAL.
Okay. Also, just as other people have said, there's a huge amount of information that has
My
arrived with us
apologies.
today.
I really only knew on Friday that I might be called, and I think the actual invitation only arrived. I have been trying to get as much information for the members as I could, and I think some of it is reflected in the typos and referring to the 12th of the 12th, 2015.
Okay.
There was quite a lot of midnight oil being burned.
Okay. So from our point of view, then there's still an awful lot of reading and absorption.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Something that struck me when you make reference to Hillsborough, and I mean it was the most tragic event, really. But Hillsborough was due to somebody closing the gate, like it was a human error.
Opening a gate. No, there were several aspects to the Hillsborough disaster. First of all, and most importantly of all, the bad design of a stadium. You had a backloaded terrace at Leppings Lane, which was subdivided into pens, and then there was an outer 8. There was no way of getting onto the pitch from the Leppings Lane terrace, because at that time the big focus was on security and unfortunately some of the soccer fans' poor behaviour. And therefore the people died because they were crushed. Okay, albeit a gate was opened and there were a lot of other aspects to it. Here, if we did have an incident and there was panic and people tried to exit, the two small exits, crushing. It is panic and crushing is the, that's maybe more a problem than the fire or the suspect device or the gas leak or whatever it may happen to be. And the people who suffer then are particularly the elderly, children and ladies. And the GAA matches are very much family affairs. And other aspects to remember is that if we take, say, a stadium in England, say the Emirates Arsenal Football Club Stadium, it's a capacity of 60,000. Every match there will be, give or take, 60,000 people at it. More importantly, probably about 70% of the audience will be regulars at Highbury. And all of the stewards work at Highbury. Sorry, not Highbury, sorry, the Emirates. The Highbury was the former ground of Arsenal, my apologies. And the stewards are all, and safety personnel are all very familiar with the layout. And the patrons, the majority of the patrons are very familiar with the layout. If there's an Ulster final here, we will have potentially different teams each year. And so many of those people will be strangers to the area and to the new Casement Park, which is a complex, it's a big stadium, 38,000. I know there's bigger stadiums than GB, but 38,000 is a big, big stadium. So many of the people going there will be going for the first time. Many of the safety personnel will be drafted in from Fermanagh or from Down or from whatever. It's not feasible that the number of stewards needed would be provided by the Antrim board. As with the championship matches that the GA run and run very well, the stewards do come from from various counties.
And do you not agree, when you walk out of an exit, you go right or left usually, and if there's need, there's signposting? I mean, I come out of Crow Park and I'm not familiar with
Yeah.
it, but the signposting is very clear.
It's important that there is good signage, and that helps. Also, PA announcements will help. Not everybody follows the signs, not everybody follows the PA announcements, and that is where the problems arise.
And I actually have a different experience. I find that people all herd together.
Okay.
They tend to move.
And that's fine as long as the leader of the herd is going in the right direction.
Well, the signposting is good.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I don't see that as
Yes.
as a major point.
No,
You know.
well, I think unfamiliarity certainly does play a part, particularly where people are parked. If I'm coming here, and even somebody making a decision, where am I parked? Is it this way or this way? And they even take 2, 3, 4 seconds. If enough people do that, that causes a backup.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Could I just say, it's been brought to my attention here, there is a website which is called www.casementpark.ie, which seems to be, the way it's been put together here, it looks as though it's sponsored by the GAA themselves, but it's got on it the Stadium Project Board. It's about personnel. It tells you everybody who's on the project board, and then everybody who's on all these different committees and subcommittees and one thing and another. So if people are, not now during the meeting, but afterwards, if you're trying to get your head around all the different groups that seem to be involved with sponsor boards and steering groups, some of that the information's there on a website which it tells you what the function of the various things is and the objective and so on. So I just mention it as maybe being helpful for information purposes. I hadn't seen it before. Right, sorry?
I suppose just on the last bit, and what's your current role now, Paul?
I am still the manager of the Safety Compliance Unit at Sport NI. I don't know what my role is at present with the Safety Technical Group.
And your other remits, the other stuff, you do private work as well?
I do some private work, yes.
Okay. Who do you do that for?
I don't think it's private life, private business. It's for this.
Okay. I'm just conscious. You do private work.
Indeed.
With Belfast.
Sorry, just
But we've had, we've had lots. I'm just trying to say, do you think there might be conflict of interest?
Oh, sorry, no, sorry. I'm just Rose. Sorry, could you just say that? We're dealing here with difficult issues, and I've had to be quite, I suppose, firm on some points with people. But somebody's private life, what they do outside, I mean, we could go around everybody here and ask what they do in their private life. That's not.
But Chair, it was in the context of Belfast City Council issues the safety certificates. So I'm just.
Well, I'm sure Belfast City Council behave absolutely properly.
Chair,
yes,
I'm sure the member is not in any way trying to impugn the integrity of the witness in front of the committee.
I'm sure that would be the case.
Hold on, Chair, I don't think it's an inappropriate question. I think it's okay to ask the question, and Mr. Scott can come back and explain what his position is. I don't think there's any. If there's no conflict of interest, he will just say there's no conflict of interest.
If we take a non-sporting event, I do some work for the events unit at Belfast City Council. If there is a sporting event, however, I do that on behalf of Sport Northern Ireland. For example, the Carl Frampton fight or the Giro d'Italia. I do that through Sport Northern Ireland yes, you're working all weekend, and we do get an enhanced rate of pay, but we don't get overtime. So where there is a conflict, as with the boxing, I declared to Barry McGuigan, more than happy to help him, but I cannot be involved unless Sport NI approve, and that is working for Sport NI. There is no money, nothing changes hands. If it is something like the tall ships, which is no sporting context at all, I will take leave or work in the evenings and do that work. I find that the Sport Northern Ireland benefits and has benefited from my experience, because each event you do adds to your experience and knowledge. Likewise, stuff I learn with Sport Northern Ireland also helps. It's a reciprocal thing. But no, I would not and have not worked in a private capacity at a sporting event in Northern Ireland.
That's good.
Thank you.
Just a
follow-up question.
Yeah, it's interesting there, just the way the thing unfolded. The issue there, how many people in Northern Ireland, this is obviously a very, very specialised field. There must be a very small number of people with...
Very few anoraks.
You used a word that, yes.
There's very few of us anoraks. It's a fairly specialist. Indeed, in all of Ireland, there's a relatively small number of people. And I also get invited down or asked to come down and work at Slane Castle, at various events in Southern Ireland. But if it's a sporting event, I say no, I cannot do it. You can, however, ask my employers, and if they say yes, then I do it. I do it. There's no payment, and I'm happy to do that, and have done it.
That's fine. And I think in response to Rosie McCurry there, I think actually in the end, yes, it was helpful to get the thing clarified.
Of course.
Leslie Cree.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I also want to thank you for the report. There's obviously a lot of work's gone into that, and you are clearly under a lot of stress. But we appreciate that, and there's a lot of information. You have raised very serious issues. Obviously, this committee will take some time to get behind, and we have other papers to look at. It's a pity, though, you got involved in some dealing on the like of anecdotal examples, earlier on with some members of this committee, instead of sticking purely to the facts.
Okay, sorry, which...
So there was with Mr. Mullen over there, you were talking about what may or may not have happened, or what may or may not in another case, and you also had some equivocation about the actual sizes for entrance and exit, at Casement Park. What I'd like you to do for me is simply state clearly that there is no compromise in this situation. You either comply with the guide, rules and regulations, or you don't. Is that true?
You either comply, or if you don't comply, you may get the safe capacity of your venue reduced.
Yeah.
So if, for example, in theory, your stadium may be able to hold 10,000, if you don't have enough exits, the safety certificate will say 8,000, but you will still have a safety certificate. It's not...
No, there's no equivocation on the numbers. That's the point I wanted to hear from you. You can't say it's nearly right, or it's just nearly, or it's just... No, it either complies or it doesn't.
Yes, but you... Yep.
That's what I'd expect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Karen McKevitt.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Bring it back in. Just one, I forgot to ask when in round one was the business case. When it was submitted, either of them, when they were submitted, was health and safety involved? Does that be part of a business case, or does that come after?
That I am not an expert at all on business cases. I was brought in for parts of some meetings, and parts of some meetings, and asked to give views on the ability of the site at the old Casement Park to accommodate a stadium for approximately 40,000 people.
So you don't know if the health and safety is part of the business case or not?
Well,
I don't.
In the business case itself, there are...
Which one?
Sorry, this is the... this was for the 3 stadia.
Okay.
And as I said, I gave evidence. I have heard it said that I had approved the 40,000 site. It amazes me. I don't know where that came from. But it does show that I raised the issue of exiting and emergency exiting, and that's annotated in the outline business case. And indeed, one of the authors of the business case will advise he clearly remembers me rattling on about exiting and emergency exiting.
Okay.
The site is big enough, but it's getting out of it is the problem.
So the business case, health and safety is part of the business case?
That was an outline business case.
An outline, but okay.
But I would have to say that I gave the first time I saw this was probably August of last year.
Saw the business case?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I would have no reason. I went and gave my advice. The business case then moved from Sport NI to DCAL and was accepted, I think signed off by DFP on the advice of DCAL. I am not an expert in business cases. I hopefully know a little bit about exiting emergency, exiting flow, etc. There's some things I'm...
Okay. Just the 8 minutes rule that's in the red and green book.
Yeah.
Where does that come from? Do you know, like, and I'm only trying to think, so if I was to call an ambulance or, you know, they have a response time of 8 minutes, is that, you know, I know a lot of the time it's not met, most of the time it is, thank God, but when you're in a situation which is an emergency, which is what you're concerned about, happening in a casement, where does that 8 minutes guidelines come from?
It comes, well, initially it came from the Football Licence Authority, now the Safe Sports Grounds Authority.
Okay.
And it is based on observations at events, at concerts, at football matches, at rugby matches, etc. And some of the work from crowd modelling with regard to the London Underground. And essentially, after 8 minutes, people start to panic. Usually up to 8 minutes, they may be getting a wee bit anxious, but somewhere in and around 8 minutes, the average person starts to panic and maybe behaves in a manner you would hope they wouldn't behave in. And that's where the figure comes from.
And an emergency situation, that's guidance given for, people leaving safely?
That's for people in a stadium which is composed of concrete and steel, where there is perceived to be a very low fire risk.
Yeah.
Where the fire risk is higher, or medium, I think it is 6 minutes and 2.5 minutes, where, say, for example, a wooden stand, say like the old Bradford stand, then a figure of 2.5 minutes. But all stadium now are designed to be low fire risk, and thus the 8-minute figure. It is reviewed from time to time at whenever the Green Guide, and will be reviewed when they're doing the 6th edition of the Green Guide. But the 8 minutes seems to have stood the test of time.
Okay, and in an emergency situation, is there a variation of 8 minutes, or
no?
It's 8 minutes and that's it. Unless unforeseen circumstances, like an accident, like you explained, if anything unforeseen was to happen. Refer back to your Google Earth. We were talking about, you know, if something happened when that stadium was full, is there a variation of holding people back because it's safer, or?
Oh, absolutely not.
No, I mean, I'm not talking about inside the stadium. If there was a bomb scare on one side, holding people back to get the other side, do you know, I'm really trying to get my head around.
Yes, what you're trying to do is get people to a place of reasonable safety.
Yes.
And you want to do that in an 8-minute period.
Okay.
It is fully accepted that because of the construction of many of our stadia, for example, fire spread, there'll be a fire rating of probably an hour or more. And so the fire will not be the problem, it will be the panic and the crushing which results from panic, which will be the problem. And that is where the 8 minutes comes from. Where there's a higher fire risk, the actual fire risk takes over from the 8 minutes, and thus you get a figure of 2.5 minutes, and 6 where it's deemed to be medium.
Okay, that's great. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Captain Hushing.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, my reticence earlier to ask any questions because it was based on what I viewed as some quite subjective views that we've heard today, and without getting the benefit of others who are involved here, like there are some allegations there, the reluctance to purchase land, political pressure, bullying, and all the rest of that. So that was my reticence to ask questions earlier. However, and maybe you have clarified this for Ms McKevitt there. The initial one of the 42,000 in the original business case, the 2012 business case, you had no site input or active part in that?
No, the various figures were discussed, and the 40,000 basically came from a strategy document from the GAA, who, in addition to Casement Park, hoped that there would be a 40,000 stadium in each of the 4 provinces, and they at the time were showing that from an economic point of view, that was a sustainable capacity. And so I was asked at the time, would a 40,000-seater stadium or even a 42,000-seater stadium fit into that site? And the answer is, well, yes, it will, but the problem is not the stadium. It is the exiting and emergency exiting, being able to get people away in a suitable time in the case of an emergency. Now, if there's not an emergency, that stadium should, never say never, but it should be able to be, everybody should be in a place of reasonable safety within 8 minutes going out onto the Andersonstown Road. Even if there was to be an emergency to either of the side exits, it wouldn't really be a problem because there's enough slack in the system to get everybody away. And that applies to both Owen Vara or to Moorland. If the problem is on the Andersonstown Road and it's good practice to evacuate away from the emergency, not towards it, then we will have problems. Those problems would be alleviated somewhat, but not fully addressed, if we were to utilise this, and that will take our estimates of emergency exiting from probably in and around 16,000, 17,000, possibly up to 23 maybe, if it's designed, if there's appropriate internal design. But we can't really say because we haven't seen an emergency exiting strategy. We've asked for it, but have never been able to get one.
You did tell the committee that in your opinion, there was a reluctance to purchase land which might have accommodated that.
Well, some of the drawings which had been prepared by Populous showed land being purchased, showing houses giving up some of their gardens, and in some cases being demolished.
Okay.
But you've also got to think, you've got the people out of the ground, where do you get them to? And again, I would refer you to the Google Earth. And if the problem is severe enough on this part of the Andersonstown Road, all of the people are going to be stuck in the Owen Vara region or down in Moorland with a relatively small exiting point. I don't know if you're familiar with the area, just down at the slipways to the M1 motorway. Of course, by that time the police would have stopped the motorway traffic. But you have a heck of a lot of people potentially trying to get out a relatively small space. So it's important that we think more than just the immediate 20 or 30 metres outside the stadium. We've got to go somewhere.
Yeah. Chair, maybe I should have declared at the start I am a member of the GA, but just want to put that on the record. But I've been at big matches all over Ireland, and I realise the dynamic of crowds.
And particularly a GA crowd, which is so family orientated.
Just in terms of the STG, and sorry, could you clarify just about the Sports Ground Safety Authority? That's the British.
That's correct. They used to be called the Football Licensing Authority. They were set up after Hillsborough to oversee safety arrangements. They are now sought after worldwide. They will be at all major tournaments giving advice prior to the tournaments to the local organisers, both
and just in terms of the work of the STG, did you prepare a memo in November of 2014 listing issues going back 2 years? And what did that list? Was that your work, or was that an agreed memo from the
what was the
STG?
date again? Sorry.
November, I think it is.
November 2013.
2014.
2014. Sorry. There had the last proposals which we had got as the safety technical group had been in April of that year. There had been much talk, and indeed you will be aware of the judicial review. The members wanted an update on where we were, had there been any progress. There had been some progress in that a design and build contractor had been appointed. They had came and showed us some proposals, but they asked us to comment. They asked Sport Northern Ireland to comment on it separately, not as part of the STG.
But this was your report, this was from you?
No, it was minutes of a meeting held. It was, if you're referring to the meeting of the 13th of November 2014, that was a meeting of the STG.
Which traced the issues over the previous 2 years?
Indeed.
Right, and did DCAL or GA feed into that?
No.
Okay, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Oliver McMullen.
Yes, just very quickly, you did mention there earlier on that there were 17 stadiums you were told.
Yes.
Is there any stadiums here
That
in the 6 counties?
that cannot exit in 8 minutes?
Yeah.
I would hope not. I don't believe there are.
Do you know?
Yeah, well, yes. We have seen the safety certificates as produced by the district councils, and we would agree with the rationale behind the terms and conditions.
They're all okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you referred to England there, but the Emirates Stadium.
Yes.
And I've been on it a few times.
Right, okay.
And you talk about the crowds going to Casement Park and bringing different people in because they wouldn't know the way around.
Yeah.
Would it not be the same scenario in the Emirates Stadium where you have a home and away match? You're bringing different people.
Well,
to
you're
the
bringing
home match.
5% of the audience, or in some matches 10%.
Wouldn't matter. Would you agree with me if 5% is the same as 1% if there's going to be something happen?
No.
No?
No, the more people who are unfamiliar makes the situation more difficult to manage.
Yeah.
If we take the Emirates, I think from memory it's something like 35 or 36,000 of the people attending are season ticket holders and therefore likely to attend on a very regular basis. A number of the others are in supporters clubs that get access to get first call on tickets. There will be 5% who are visitors. And there will be some people who have managed to get a ticket and are going to the Emirates for the first time. But the point I'm making is a significant number of the people at the Emirates are there on a fairly regular basis. Whereas if I'm playing, we're only going to get the 38,000 really at an Ulster final. And the teams in the Ulster final may be different year in, year out. Thus, the people who are familiar with Casement Park, now some people will be familiar, some will have been at National League matches, will have been at McKenna Cup matches, maybe even been at compromise rules matches. But the proportion is likely to be much smaller than would be of a stadia of similar size.
But would you not agree that those that's coming to an Ulster final, as you talk about, would be a small percentage? That the GAA family across the 6 counties and supporters that would come to stadiums would be well averse as to what to the makeup of those stadiums.
No.
No, you wouldn't.
No.
Was there a study done on that at all?
No, but it would stand the sense that if you would take a typical GAA, say a National League game, well, it depends on but it's unusual to get 11,000, 12,000 at a National League game these days.
Why would that be unusual for GAA?
Because, well, I know because I attend the safety advisory groups of the various stadia, and that would include the county grounds, Healy Park.
So you have discussed this about the GAA pitches then?
They are those safety advisory groups are chaired by the district council. They will have the emergency services and the stadium management, and the stadium management will tell us the biggest matches which have been played or are forthcoming.
But did the GAA ever tell you that they could manage the crowds at Casement Park?
We never really got as far as that in the discussions.
You never
Oliver,
no, sorry, this is important.
No, sorry, if you
the gentleman wants to answer even. If you feel you don't want to answer.
No, I'm more than happy to answer. As I explained before, you would get in assessing the safe capacity of a stadium. You would first of all look at the entrancing capacity, the seating capacity, let's call it, the viewing capacity, exiting and emergency exiting, and then you base your base figure is on the lowest of those.
Yes, we don't.
If the stewarding is good, then an 18,000 capacity is entirely possible.
Yes.
If the stewarding is not so good, then that figure of 18,000 will be reduced by a factor of, and let's say they get a factor of 0.8.
Yeah, okay.
That will take you down to somewhere, what, 15,000, give or take?
So would you not agree then without the absence of a report or a study or whatever from the GA themselves stating that they could marshal that ground or and look after that ground? A presumption then?
No, because we don't get to that stage.
We haven't got to that stage, right?
We haven't got to that stage. The safe capacity might be, and let's say, for example, it is 16,000. Although there's 38,000 seats, the safe capacity is set at 16,000 because of the emergency exiting. So we don't get into the, well, that comes way, way down the line. The important thing is to get the capacity up to 30, or to maximise the capacity, or to maximise the safe capacity for that stadium.
Right. And at what stage do you think, or what stage does a business plan play in this whole thing, a business case?
Well, this was to determine
on the whole stadium, on the Stadia project.
This was to determine what was the safe capacity of the stadium likely to be, and we look at the 4 factors that I mentioned, and it would be the lowest of those.
And you only saw the business case last year.
Yeah.
Only last year.
That's right. Yeah.
Did you never ask for it before that? Did you not need to ask for it? You didn't need the business case.
I had spoken at the, at the concept stage and had given an opinion.
Okay.
I had no reason to believe that that opinion would be misrepresented or whatever.
Oh, did not. No, that's fine.
And therefore, why would it go?
Thank you.
Okay. And just for the record, I think 2 members, Calvin Hussein and yourself, Karen.
Yep.
Is it membership or association?
Association.
Association with the GA as a membership.
I'm sorry, Chair. My apologies to you. I'm a member of the GA.
And another member of the GA up at the top.
Interesting.
Anyone else want to declare membership of?
Oh, no, I just want to speak.
I thought you were about to declare your membership.
Basil,
Yeah, I'm working on it.
You go again.
It's
your turn,
Basil,
Basil.
you go
Thank
again, Basil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So first of all, you've had some very sustained questioning here, which I think actually you've responded to admirably. I have no doubt that you're an expert. I'm having a wee bit of difficulty here myself here.
Sorry, we're clarifying something here. So the issue I want to ask you is, just for clarity to help us here,
Where's the lunch?
is the problem is that so much of the exit capacity is at the Andersonstown Road level.
That is correct. If a modern stadium, take Derby, Sunderland, Southampton, Leicester, they will have 36-degree.
Yeah.
So therefore, if there's a problem at one area, everybody...
Because I'm not sure that that's fully understood.
Okay.
The second question I ask you in terms of risk analysis,
yeah.
I understand that what you're looking at is the reason why the case fails is your hypothesis is what happens if Andersonstown Road is in some way involved in an incident so you can't use that exit.
That's right, but you also look at the likelihood as well. So if you're saying something like, could the space station crash down on the Andersonstown Road, well, that is just way, way out there. But if it's a road traffic accident, if it's a
so in terms of resolve, exactly at the point I'm coming to with your expertise, in terms of resolving the issue, given that you're talking about only an Ulster final that might be getting close to 38,000, could it not be that you have specific emergency preparation for that one event? In other words, you could say for this one event that we're going to block off the road completely, or the police have got some sort of emergency plan that really goes above and beyond. This is in line with your area about saying if you take additional safety measures. Would such an emergency plan not be possible to allow this to go ahead?
It would be a very brave man who would sign that off.
Right. So there's an issue in that. So you then come back and say,
design the stadium correctly. Don't shut roads and do.
But there is an issue in terms of we are where we are. That there's certain things you said, and I've listened very carefully to what you said. That the stadium itself is not the problem. The problem is the exiting from the stadium, the lack of circulation around the stadium, and the fact that it is polarised to the north of the stadium in terms of the exits. So you could look at an issue that says, can we increase the circulation around the building by taking garden space or such like that?
That's starting to help, but as I said before, we've got to think, once we get the people out, where do they go?
Okay, but then you take to a situation about, it seems to me that in the south side of the stadium there are, it needs about 3 houses to be knocked down and demolished.
Yes, but you would probably be looking at widening here.
Where's here?
Sorry, my apologies. On the countryside, on the Owen Vara side, if that exit could be widened, yep. They take a house out there. Then take a house out, and Belfast City Council, Sport Northern Ireland have spoken to Belfast City Council with regard to this. And you were to take one of the houses on the opposite side of the road, it may take 2. That would get everybody onto the council playing fields, and the council would be supportive of this. And better still,
this is the council playing fields on the.
And that's the Andersonstown Leisure Centre, and that's to the countryside of the stadium. And if you really want to put icing on the cake, if you take another house out, that will get them right into the Riverdale complex and eventually get everybody out onto Finicky Road North, or Finicky Road South. I think that
Okay, so in terms of the number of houses that it would take to actually make this sorted out, you might be talking 4 or 5 houses.
4 or 5, maybe 6.
Maybe 6 houses. If there are problems that you cannot get the houses bought because for some reason the residents don't want to sell, is there any benefit, is it safety in any shape or form to have underground tunnelling?
Underground tunnelling would not be a problem.
This is a serious issue.
It would not be a problem provided it was well managed. There was an incident in the tunnelling. What happens, you actually move fast as you go into the tunnel, then you go along the flat bit, and then you go up, and so you then have a slowing down. So therefore the people who are in the tunnel get trapped because they're coming in faster than they can get out. But if that was properly managed, yes, that would be an option.
So there is an issue where there's a number of things that could be looked at to see if this could go ahead. I do think I think it's been a mistake by people to ignore the safety advice that you have given. Because having heard this over a number of committee meetings, I understand what you're saying, and when you present the case to people, there's definitely a safety issue here which in some way needs to be managed. But what has not happened is the management. And I do think that we want to see, has at any time anybody come to you, either DCAL or the GAA or anybody else, with an exit plan? An alternative exit plan.
No, there's an exiting plan, but not an emergency.
Not an emergency exiting plan.
Under normal conditions, this stadium will exit fine, provided the road is, and that there is no parking or road traffic movements.
So the question comes back is, given that you are an expert both in your employment and in the wider area, and you're one of the few people that are an expert in this part of the world, looking at the situation now, is there a way that you could help advise somebody to get this past an emergency exiting system, whether it is buying houses, building tunnels, or doing something else? Can it be done?
It can be done.
It can be done.
If you have enough money, you can do anything. You can put a man on the moon, but it will be very costly.
Is it? Well, I suppose we don't really know the cost of it, but the question is it feasible? Is it realistic to do it?
It certainly can be done, and it certainly will involve the purchase of some houses. Then you would put gates on the area where the house stood, so that there'd be no bad behaviour by teenagers or whatever. But again, that can be done. Those gates could be opened and only on the days of the big match. If we've 10,000 people here, and that's that's a fair big crowd, but that can be done.
Okay, so what I think in the conclusion in all of this is that it's been a very detailed paper that you proposed, which there are certain issues that we'll want to talk to the department about, but in terms of facilitating the GAA and other people, I would just urge all interested parties to get together and try and find a resolution to this?
Absolutely.
That is satisfactory?
Sport Northern Ireland would be delighted to facilitate that.
Okay, and I do think it needs open and honest discussion and bringing back out, and that's what you've been most useful in doing. So I'd just like to conclude on that and say thank you very much, and we'll talk further, hopefully.
Thank you. Next one, I have two more, and then we'll call the day after that, because we've been at, in fairness even to Mr. Scott, it's been about 10 past 2.5 hours. I think we also need a short break ourselves. William Humphrey and then Rosemary Morley, and we'll make that the final conversation.
Mr. Scott, I'm glad you're here to introduce clarity and certainty in some of these issues, dealing with facts and from your considerable experience. We're actually talking about hugely significant health and safety implications here, and if incidents happen on the scale in which you've mentioned them, they are very serious implications. Indeed, they are life-threatening incidents, and we are well aware of that. To be quite honest, there can be no compromising on these issues. And I'm not interested in the views of the IFA or the Irish Rugby Football Union Ulster branch or the Irish Football Association's committees or the GAA. I'm interested in your opinion as a health and safety expert and whether a certificate can be gained through Belfast City Council as the authority that delivers them. Now, I was fundamentally opposed to the development of the Maze as the national stadium site and wanted Windsor Park upgraded as a Linfield supporter and a block booker with the Northern Ireland football team. But had the issue been around Windsor Park being unable to be upgraded because of health and safety, I would have drawn my opposition to that. Because not least, I and my nephew who goes to the games with me, I wouldn't want to jeopardise my life or his, or indeed anybody else in the stadium, so I want to put that on the record. Can I turn to point 49 of your paper? There's a meeting called by DCAL at Causeway Exchange to deal with the final report of the STG. And it says, at the meeting on the 16th of October, DCAL and the GAA accused the STG of only raising concerns regarding emergency accident in recent days and advised that other PSNI officers did not have any concerns regarding the design proposals. You continue and say, the meeting was robust, and despite assurances from DCAL that minutes would be provided, they have still not appeared. Okay. Can I ask you, continuing on then to the next paragraph, I believe an application for planning permission was lodged and the process to appoint the design and build contractors commenced shortly after this meeting, despite previous assurances that agreement with the STG would be required before the process would have proceed. Can I ask you, in your considerable experience and your professional opinion, how on earth could a planning permission be applied for, lodged and even approved, given what you've just said there?
The planning process deals with planning issues, light, road traffic, etc. Safety, as Judge Horner said, really relates around the Safety of Sports Grounds Northern Ireland Order and the outworth working of that legislation. Ravenhill before the work started.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just to go back to some of the issues that Basil raised, there's, in the unlikely event, because it might only be once a year, you'd have a capacity crowd.
That's right.
If at all, I mean, we don't know.
It may.
So it is the most feasible solution maybe to close the road on that one day, rather than not.
That will certainly lessen the risk. Whether it would lessen it enough, I would be doubtful. I would be very doubtful. Things like gas leaks, even, you know.
But if you were, you know, when you're, I understand that you're a safety expert and you have to take on board all those kind of things, but you'd probably close airports and things like that because you'd go, oh, there might be a gas leak.
No. There are systems within airports and within other buildings that can address when something goes wrong. That's part of the design process. And this is what I'm saying. Design the stadium correctly.
Yes,
absolutely. Don't try to design it incorrectly and then hope that we can manage it.
I'm not suggesting, I mean, safety is paramount. Right?
Absolutely.
And it's not worth risking anybody's life, and so that's a given, as I said earlier. But I'm just thinking about being reasonable, being feasible. To close the road would probably be, you know, on the 1 day a year. Just that would make for the best.
As I said before, it would be a brave person that would sign that off as safe. Why not start opening the exit down at this corner?
Well, yes, I mean, but that's
why not look at how we can maximise? But our problem is we have asked the department for an emergency evacuation strategy. Over a year later, no one has came up with any proposals.
No, well, I mean, you need that. I'm just saying, it seems.
Look, we will certainly look at anything, and we will try to work with the GAA, with DCAL, with the PSNI, with anyone. We want to see a stadium there. It will be a great thing for the area. It will be a good thing for the sport. It will be a good thing for the spectators. But it's not a good thing if it's unsafe.
Okay, thank you.
We've really.
It's just in terms of the other two STG groups, because it's my recollection at one time that there was an egress strategy or plan for both Windsor and for Kingspan. And I know that the Kingspan strategy, I know the last time I was on it, is that it started doing a one-way system, which I think that was a change of plan even since it opened.
Yes, well, indeed, and these things do evolve.
Yeah.
And what happens with a safety certificate? It gets reviewed annually, at least annually, or whenever further proposals. So if the Ulster Rugby say, look, we're hoping to do this, they'll come to us first. What do you think? What effect would this have on our safety certificate and our capacity? And if it may improve it may leave it as is, or it may say, no, look, that's just not on. But there certainly are changes, and have been changes both at GAA county grounds, Irish League grounds, and indeed Ravenhill. And we have been, you know, it's a dynamic process. And as I said, we would be very happy to work with whoever to try to make sure that the people of West Belfast can get a good stadium, but a safe stadium.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, very, very much for his presentation. I'm going to suggest we take a comfort break for a couple of minutes. We've been here from 9:30, it's now 2 o'clock. Or do you want to have a discussion prior to that as to how we handle the thing? Do we go into... Sorry, Paul. I'm forgetting about you there. Sorry, you can go now.
Okay, but again, say thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. My apologies for the errors and the typos that were in the documentation. Please accept that it was an honest effort to get as much information to the members.
And if you leave the bundle with one of the officials, they'll do whatever needs to be done.
Let's do one of the...
I'd like a hard copy of the bundle.
We're going to start
that on that. I'm not having it now. There's too much.
No, that's fair enough.
Right.
It's just going to take us some time.
Could I just ask then, do you want to take... when Paul gathers things up, do you want to go into committee to discuss how we handle it? What decisions do we need to take in the light of that? And if you just bear that in mind, think about it while Paul's clearing his papers up there.
There's a break and we'll come back.
Okay. It's a comfort break for 5 minutes.
Yeah, comfort break for 5 minutes.
Right.
Some people saw me brought the suitcase that would be staying overnight, and I thought it was going to be the case.
So we're
taking a break. Comfort break for 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room.
And there's two things here. First of all, there's no meeting next week because of the election. So it's 2 weeks till the next committee. That's the first thing. So we have a little bit of time. And while some of us will be busy officials, we have lots of time then to do what they do. Second thing is, I think everybody around the table wants to have access to material last night laid on from the department. There's a pack of material here which also needs to be circulated. I certainly didn't have time to go through last night all the stuff that the department had provided. I'm sure others found themselves in a similar position. And there's probably duplication, that some things they've sent are things that are in his.
Chair, just can I flag up? So the black folder that members have in front of them is the table papers that contains what we have from the department. That was emailed out yesterday afternoon. So you've got it electronically, you've also got that hard copy pack. So I would suggest if members can keep hold of that hard copy pack.
Which is what we asked for from the department. We will get the papers circulated that were brought today, and I think he said he had about 95% of it. There were a few odds and ends that he had referred to that he was going to put in, and they will arrive. So hopefully we'll get that circulated quickly. And it may be that that's as far as we need to go today, unless, and it gives us a fortnight to read, mark and inwardly digest all that we've got in the way of paperwork.
Okay, so we're going to get the bundle today?
Chair, we are going to copy the bundle. What I'd also like to do is provide a contents page, if you like, of what's in the bundle, because that's going to make things an awful lot easier, because then we know what we have.
The reason why I say that was because I'm sure none of us are going to be here after this afternoon. No. We have no sitting next week at all. So how are you proposing then to get the bundle to us?
Well, the two things can be emailed out, can be scanned and emailed.
I have difficulty with it. No, I do have difficulty with getting papers of such importance scanned over. I'd rather have them hard copy. For this, anyway. When we got the official line from Decal and hard copy, I would expect.
We'll find a way.
We'll get them to.
Find a way.
Okay.
We'll find a way.
We'll get them to.
Chair, the only other thing I'd like to discuss, or even discuss considered, is because of the nature of some of the things were said today, that we need to be looking at drawing or pulling in departmental officials at various opportunities.
And that's why I'm suggesting, if we get the papers, we've got a fortnight to look at them, we'll get our thoughts settled then, and we'll decide then in a fortnight's time what the next.
Why can't we have, if you forgive me, Chair, but why can't we, I mean, I'm quite sure the department will have been watching this and got the whole thing. Why can't we get some response from them, even if it's an initial response for the same meeting?
Chair, bear in mind that they haven't seen the bundle either.
Yeah, but they'll have heard allegations made by Mr. Scott, and I would like to know what. You know, they've got 2 weeks. I'd like to know what the response is.
Okay, William?
Yes, Chair, I think, to be fair, we had the Decal officials here last week and questions were put to them, some hard questions, and they were answered. Mr. Scott has been here today and has been put through the ringer in terms of questioning, and understandably so. I've no difficulty with that. I do think, obviously, there needs to be questions asked of the GA since it's their ground and these are their proposals. But I do have to say I have genuine concerns and fears around the issue that there are things we were told today are at complete variance with what we were told last week. And at some point in the very near future, we're going to have to decide how we address that. And that can't be left to someone taking an opinion over another individually. You know, these are around the issues of health and safety. And given what has happened across the country and in Northern Ireland in particular in the last few weeks with Windsor Park and the stadium, which could have collapsed. These are serious issues that cannot be swept under the carpet, and so at some point there needs to be, having gathered information from the department, we've now contradictory information from the chair of the Safety Technical Group, which is part of an arm's length body of that same department. We need to, in terms of decency, we've got to hear from the GAA, and then we have to decide what we're going to do. That's not a decision for today, but it's a decision we're going to have to make very, very soon.
And that was why I thought the best thing was to get all of the material out to everybody and let us absorb it. I'm sure we will be going to the department to get answers, but there may well be further questions after we've read through all that material.
But if we are going to get a bundle of papers, why would we not send those bundle of papers to the department along with the testimony there and find out an answer? Why do we have to do it in a linear fashion? They will have watched this. And what gets me really, and I was on about this department, is the tardy response that you get from the department. And frankly, just on the issue, I mean, obviously it'll come back up. This is not really a GAA issue, though we may wish to give them the opportunity to say things. This is a departmental issue. This is, why did this information not come to light? Why did you not ask for your emergency exit plan? These are the issues that come back in, and that's where our focus should be. So I would really like that we said, given that we've got a big bundle and we've got the statement, let's send it to the department and say, as soon as you are ready, please respond.
Okay. It's been suggested there by Basil that we invite a response from the department. Members wish to proceed down that?
Absolutely.
I think, Chair, it makes more sense to look at the things ourselves, first of all, to form an opinion before we send off stuff we haven't even read. Logical.
I haven't even seen it yet. Chair, just the other comment I would make is that I think we need to find out more about how the whole project is managed. Surely there are requirements. How such a project is managed is public money. We need to know, did it follow the procedures for government projects?
Just on that point, a reference was made to a project steering group and a project sponsor board.
Yes.
I mentioned a website with other groups named on it. It would be helpful to get something that explains what is the function of the steering group, what's the sponsor board, and how do the two relate to each other, and what do they do?
Not only that,
it's probably the same for all three of the projects. I'm just guessing.
Well, that's right.
It's
There are government procedures laid down for procurement, through procurement, on how such projects are managed.
Okay.
So what we need to see is, was this project being managed in compliance with those procedures? We need to look at procedures, we need to look at standards, and we obviously need answers to a huge amount of questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
In terms of, I suppose, the three sports, we might want to hear from them all in terms of the whole safety aspects, just to satisfy ourselves as a committee, but also in terms of the allegations raised. Sport and I have questions to answer as well.
Okay. Right, there are two views that I've heard put. One was that you do it in a more linear fashion, where we take the material, go away and digest over the next 2 weeks, and then revisit it in the end of that period. There's a contrary view that we should invite a response from the department now. Someone makes a proposal, we can vote on them. Which one you want to go down?
Well, I'm quite firm about saying this is in the public domain now. This bundle, this statement, this whatever. In all fairness to the department, we should just invite them to consider it and come back to us. So I would rather do it now. We can still take whatever 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever until we've decided, when we see it. But let's get the invitation out now, because this was quite a significant statement.
Yeah.
Chair, the bundle is not in the public domain.
Chair, this is the issue. Because we haven't seen the bundle, we don't know what's in the bundle.
Anyway, vote on it.
Right.
It's not complete either. Chair, I made a comment at the very outset of the meeting, I think, because some members were saying about the issue of the bundle. I haven't seen the bundle, so I mean I would want to see the bundle as well. But the bundle is coming from a public body. Those who sit on the safety technical groups are all public and civil servants. this gentleman, I make the point again, is the chair of a arm's length body, a subcommittee of the arm's length body that is providing safety, health and safety information to sporting bodies. So that bundle should be made public and put in the public domain.
Correct.
But does it not make more sense we should look at it first ourselves?
What I haven't said is when it should, but it
Okay,
should.
just there. It seems. Well, let Peter explain
Chair,
this. This
all I'm saying
particular
is,
point.
from some of the emails that Mr. Scott referred to, it's not public bodies, it's private individuals, contractors and so on. I just, off the top of my head, can't say what sort of data protection issues and so on there are around that about sending the bundle anywhere or doing anything with the bundle. What I would say for a start is there isn't an issue necessarily sending it to the department if the committee send it to them and ask them to respect it as being sent to them in confidence, where they don't go anywhere with it. So if I can just suggest that and get that as an agreed thing. Sorry,
David?
Sorry. Based on the bundle only clarifies what Paul said. If the department hear or listen to the report, they can give us a without having to get the bundle until we get it first.
Yes, probably should
Because
say already.
Paul was able to put his 13-page together by going through last week's report.
So,
Sir, is there
I'm not quite sure what we're
is there an
suggesting.
issue? Is there an
There's a
issue?
halfway measure there without giving the
without
bundle
the
away at this
bundle?
stage.
Yeah,
The
that's-
department
that's
should
what
be
I
able
was
to
saying.
see the report of today's meeting and respond as Mr. Scott did to last week's meeting.
The paper that he has
We're asking to respond and then
submitted to us today.
That's already. Yeah.
That's in the public domain.
Effectively,
Yes. So therefore, they can respond to that because all the other is simply saying is background confirmation. They could refer to respond to that. Would that satisfy the stage, Basil?
I'll not fall out with people about it. I just want to get openness and transparency.
And you want your
So if I would have been happy with the clerk's suggestion of saying if the people are concerned, because let me just be quite clear about this. There is no chance that the department are not going to have sight of that bundle within hours.
Yes.
So we might as well just say to them, there it is. Do it under the respect of confidentiality bit that the clerk says, and invite them to come back as soon as they feel appropriate.
Okay. We're giving this and the bundle to the department. They will respond. The papers will be distributed to us
as soon as we can
as soon as you do that.
There's two options there. We can email them, print them off themselves, and they'll have it by first thing tomorrow or as early tomorrow. Or
Okay.
if we did hard copy, it could be next week before they'll be.
That's the issue with hard copies. If it was posted out, members won't get it immediately.
Wednesday or Thursday.
We would be scanning it in anyway, and we can email it to people, assuming the size capacity.
Well, okay. People can have a choice.
Not today. Half the country's no electric.
Yes, Chair, yes, we've just heard that there's a significant power outage issue across a third of Northern Ireland, I believe, so I don't know what's going on.
Lights are going out.
County Down's particularly bad. So it sounds...
So just before we leave that issue, there is an accountability issue in terms of what Mr. Scott's actual position was, because as I understand, he's no longer the chair of the SDG, so has that implications for what we're asking? Baston.
Chair, with respect, this committee was advised this morning that he is being removed, clearly not being removed because of the inadequacy in his role, having listened to his evidence today, but by some sort of decision taken internally in the department. That's part of the questioning we need to go down the route of asking, why is he being removed? And I think, to be fair, when we asked him to come in front of this committee, he was the chair of this safety technical group.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now, if the documents are given to us as committee members,
yes.
The status of the document of the bundle when it comes to us,
yes.
If there are issues around something in there that should not be for total consumption, public consumption, because somebody hasn't given permission or whatever.
Chair, we need to look at that and seek advice on that. What I would ask members to do is respect the confidentiality of the bundle as they get it, although obviously it's been discussed in public session here.
Yeah,
but just because we don't know what's in the bundle, can't stand over necessarily what's in it, or whether there should be stuff, or whether there are things in it that shouldn't be public. I don't know, because I've not seen the bundle, so I can't give comprehensive advice on that at this stage. My suggestion would be, until we have a better idea of it, if members would take the bundle as not being for circulation, we'll apply the same when we send the bundle to the department, and then it'll give us some time to work out just exactly what's in the bundle and what we're meant to be.
Chair, since we weren't in public session when I made the proposal,
yes.
Would you like me to repeat the proposal then, that the committee members get
I would agree. Yes, we're agreeing that.
Okay, I needed to do it for.
So,
in session already.
because it was mentioned.
No, I think everybody's mind.
Chair, can I just recap then? We're preparing the bundle for members. We are going to, ultimately, once that's been done, once members have bundled, the bundle goes to the department. We're asking the department to respond to what they've heard today. I'm assuming that's a letter to the department saying we would like you to respond on the basis of what you've heard today, and that we are giving you the bundle and the briefing paper with a view to members coming back again, having further questions, and then we will write again with subsequent questions, but we're looking for an immediate response on what has been heard today.
Okay, happy enough with that? Could I quickly just run through the rest of the items? I mean, there's a couple of things. Just quickly here. Just for reference here, matters arising, correspondence tracker, page 231.
Great.
EU drawdown targets are there as well. We'll forward those to arm's length bodies.
Great.
There's table papers for that question about what is an NEC 3A contract. Some information on that. There's correspondence about the investment strategy, which people may wish to make comment on, so we could defer the correspondence to the next meeting. And the latest edition of EU Matters, if anybody has anything there, we can look at that at the next meeting. There's also recent events, the NI European Regional Forum entitled EU Funds Masterclass. I think there's some paperwork about that to be noted.
Yes.
Chair,
I think that one very quickly.
Sorry, right, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, we've had a request. Members will be aware that there's a motion to be debated on defibrillators. What the library does is they do packs for members on that with information. They know we've looked at the issue, and they have asked if the committee is willing to let them have the letters that we receive from the department on defibrillators and so on. We have a fair amount of information on that, so if members are agreed, we can let them have that information. Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay. Chair, if I do very quickly with Forward Work Programme, the one thing I'm particularly going to highlight is we did originally anticipated having a meeting at Kingspan Stadium either towards the end of May, start of June. They now have some kind of pitch thing happening.
Digging it all up.
I'm not willing to say that, but it's
when I was
something
there
like
yesterday, they told me they're digging.
Apparently, it closes down the site, which is the issue. And there isn't kind of ordinary person access for us to have a meeting. So what we're saying is, if we do the meeting at Kingspan, the only opportunity then is going to be when we come back in September to do that.
But presumably we're not having a tent in the middle of the pitch, though.
Well, no, but what they've said to us is access to the complex is compromised.
At least they're compliant.
I'm glad they're
compliant.
But
Chair,
we'd always said we wanted full access to the Neville Centre once completed. It's not completed either. So what I'm saying is we're looking to defer that to the autumn. So then, sure, if you want to.
Okay, just final thing. Yeah, there was one piece of correspondence about fisheries, and some of it we can defer to the next meeting. But there's a reference there to some subordinate legislation that is to do with salmon stocks.
We haven't received it yet, but it is hoped that the department wants to lay it for consideration on the 8th of May, and then once we know what kind of legislation it will be, we'll have to consider it. But the department wanted to let the committee know that it was coming, and that was notification. It's just they would have more information to us for next week, but we've no meeting next week, so. Okay.
And you'll also find in there the rest of the letters about reservoirs.
Chair, I have a question on that.
Right.
I'll just do it quickly. Maybe Peter can fairly follow it up. That's not an exhaustive list of the reservoirs.
No, Chair.
Those are redundant ones.
It's not an exhaustive list.
When the officials briefed us, they talked particularly about 14 reservoirs,
14.
and we did follow up with the query. And when we look back at the video, there wasn't any kind of suggestion that things are finalised or done from this on these ones that are listed. Options are still open. What we can do is go back and ask about the further ones. Now, we did have a part of a letter, I think a couple of weeks ago, that did talk about Portavoe. I'll be honest, off the top of my head, I can't remember what it said, but we will.
It was considered.
No, it's just, if I can alert you to it, it does say here, talking about 14 additional reservoirs.
So it's
and then it also
additional
talks in the end, last line, please see a map detailing locations of the new reservoirs. So a lot of those reservoirs, I tell you, are very, very old. So I'm just wondering, are there some sort of frugal situation here with the facts?
Chair, if I can then seek members' agreement to write to the department to clarify what additional and new mean.
Yeah, get
so we can get a full
That's
list.
it, Chair. Happy enough.
Can I just check in the reservoirs? Sorry, there was an issue about Knockbracken having been sold off already.
It's my understanding that was some time ago, I think.
Yes, but it was done without the
process.
Could we just ask the department about what that is? And the second point on that, if we could put it on the agenda in some way, that it is important that there's some form of overarching management for reservoirs. So whilst we're very supportive of angling, you don't want to have every reservoir for angling and nothing for, I don't know, wakeboarding or whatever else. Not that I intend to do any of these things, you understand, but I would like to, if you could frame it in such a way as I would like to know, could we do it in some sort of trust form for a managed usage of the reservoirs?
We'll put it in the letter about managed usage.
We'll gather that one together, Chair.
And find out about Knockbracken.
Knockbracken.
Any ownership?
Okay. I was aware of that one being.
Your point about reservoirs?
Yes, no, mine's on another issue.
Right. No, it's not about reservoirs, Chair, but just I attended last night the launch of the population structure and genetic stock identification of Lough Neagh brown trout in Antrim, which makes very good reading. It was partly funded by DCAL, and it's the most in-depth study of brown trout anywhere, brown trout genetics anywhere in the world. So I highly recommend it for.
Chair, can I also just say on the back of that, the committee did have a briefing from Kevin Keenan, which was excellent, and did throw their weight behind the department in ensuring that there was additional funding. So that is a work of international significance.
Yep. Okay, that's good.
Just one thing, Peter mentioned it, this issue that's been in the press about the storage of equipment at the Folk and Transport Museum at Kiltraw. I think we should write to them, establish the facts. I understand the photographs that are shown are some 5 years old, some of them, so it's important we establish the facts, we express our concern and ask is there anything we can do to try and resolve the issue.
Chair, that's just picking up on a fairly extensive article following a series of articles in the Belfast Telegraph today about artefact storage at the Ulster Folk and Transport Museum. Members will recall this is an issue the committee has been pursuing, and we've seen this storage facility at for the Ulster Museum, which is nearby in the Harbour Estate, and the sheer amount of pressure there. We certainly, Chair, if members are agreeing, we write to NMNI to ask specifically about what's going on with this storage and if they can comment on the article that is in the Belfast Telegraph.
The other thing is, could we put into that also a question about, because it is a storage issue. They've had possession of the Result and the Mary Joseph both vessels for, in the region, in one case 40 years. It's been sitting in storage down there.
Takes time.
Well, it's been enough time. It just seemed bizarre to me that when you're trying to promote maritime tourism, you have two vessels. Now they're small vessels, but nevertheless they're of interest to people.
They're also up at our next meeting.
Yeah, we have NMNI.
Oh, okay.
It might be an opportunity to get a live.
We'll deal with that, yes.
Yeah.
But we can write the meeting.
We can write
Please.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh yes, sorry.
Chair, the other report in the Belfast Telegraph on the same page was around the resignation as Chief Executive of Tim Cook of NMNI, the department. The committee has corresponded with the department in confidence on that, obviously, but we understand from the newspaper that an investigation has now been completed. So if members are in agreement, we write again in confidence to the Minister asking for an idea of what that brought forward.
Great.
Members are in agreement, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Don't need to come to the committee, you just buy the Belfast Telegraph.
It's true. But Cahill doesn't get it, so no.
So, Chair, just to remind members that the meeting next week will not be happening. So the next meeting is the 14th of May. in Bangor at the Southeastern Regional College, the new Performing Arts Centre there. But we send all details and maps and so on from it.
Maps for Bangor?
In the bundle.
We'll come with your bundle. So, Chair, if members are agreed, then we can adjourn.
Thank you.
30.